There we go. Live. Research Dev, how are you doing today? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. We are literally just getting started. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a slow morning. Usually I'm at like 9:30, so this is like an hour late. I was up. Let's put it this way. I got 5 hours of sleep, even being an hour late. So, I am late. I'm a bit late. But I'll get there. Let's see. Is that was normalio? Like everything's normal? Everything's fine? Was? Yeah, it's was. Yeah, my pronunciation is probably really rough. I haven't spoken to a Russian speaker for a very long time. Very long time. And my reading is particularly bad. Cyrillic. I actually like Cyrillic, the alphabet. It's easier to tell the characters apart. But anyways. All right, let's get into this. All right, so we have a couple things. We have a couple things that we're going to do today. We're just going to start with a little bit of coding on TwitchAlerts. Then we have a couple things to go over. People are asking me why I don't like I8 infrastructure as code. So we'll go over that, and then why people are excited about Wasm, because people were confused about why people would be excited about Wasm. And then we had the one that we didn't do yesterday, which was I found this article debunking common Kubernetes myths. I haven't read it, but I put my top 7 myths, top 7 because these were just the ones I could think of. So we can talk about what my myths I think about Kubernetes are, and then we can see if they line up with the author's myths they think, and have a conversation just about those. So we'll do those a little bit later, though. We'll warm up with a little bit of code. We have our day 9 of Rust and day 5 of Kubernetes. So we're going to do those as well, starting at high noon. So in about an hour and a half. We can do the IAC one as a warm up before we do the classes for Rust and Kubernetes. We're almost done. I say almost done. We have like maybe 5 more days for Rust 101. I'm pretty excited about that. Cat Muffin, how are you doing? All right, let's see. What were we going? Okay, so we're in the middle of our adding a queue to the back end, making it in HTMX. Everything's going. I wouldn't say smoothly, but everything's going. Okay. So yeah, let's see if we can't get audio playing. So in theory, for each one of these, we should have the audio. This is a Twitch alert in theory. So we got to figure out how to play that audio in HTMX. There's got to be a HTMX play audio. So this was one of the things that I was worried about, but this actually should be fine because they have those hooks, so we could do something like this right here. So I think we're going to have to do this outside of HTMX. Ooh, setting up rsync and Golang today. You should let me know how that goes, how you like that. Absolutely. All right, so I think how this goes is like this. I could be wrong, though. I probably am wrong. But I think what we're going to do... we'll do it in not admin. Actually, we probably won't put sounds in admin. So we'll just do it here. We have this before and after message, right? All of these event hooks. And we're probably going to basically... Is this one working? Is this one currently working? Let's check that out. Yeah. Sweet. All right. So we're basically gonna just have to wait for a webhook event. And we're just gonna have to write some custom JS to, now, is it before message or is there a better hook? HTMX website. The WebSockets. All right. Connecting, open, close, WS error, before message. Maybe we want after message. I think maybe we actually want this. We'll have to see with the timing. The weird thing is, hopefully this doesn't, there's also a ping pong that's going on with the server, and hopefully this doesn't play the sound for that. Now, we do get the event, so if we do get that sound, we're gonna keep it dumb for right now. But if we do get that sound, we probably can, we can probably filter to make sure it's actually what we want. And then we should be able to do something just like this, right? I've never used just JavaScript to play a file. So one thing we'll need is we'll have to get that let's see, we'll copy to actually sounds. Shoot. Let's see. Make there. All right. So now we could do something like this, although I'm not sure where they import audio from. Okay, I mean, like, if this just works, this just works. That's fine with me. We'll do that. So this was in assets, sounds. How are you doing, Dirk? Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing well. I think I'm gonna stream a little bit Monday, and I think maybe I will try to see if I can't get. Well, we'll see. I'll either work on Twitch alerts, or I'll see if I can't add Wasm as a backend to the null cloud, or at least scope out what it would be like, the amount of work it would be like. And we might do an architectural review of the null cloud then on Monday as well, and some stuff around that. The talk today on why I don't like IAC actually plays into why I would do the null cloud at all. Yeah. All right. That's not what I wanted to do at all. I just wanted to do cargo run. Yep. All right. Let's see. Let's get back to here. Actually, pause you. All right, right. Failed because you didn't interact with the document first. I'm interacting. Now let's see if it works. Okay, cool. Plays the sound. Easy peasy. And that was about when it showed the message as well. Oh. Oh, dear goodness. It plays the sound when we delete. We have to send a WebSocket message to delete it as well. Okay. That's pretty dented. That's pretty. All right, we gotta stop this. Stop. All right. Let's. I don't know why this music player is so loud compared to the rest of the audio that comes out of this computer. You know what? Maybe I can just turn that down, and then I can turn this up so the rest of my computer sound is not so low. Look at that. Smart. Okay, so we do need to actually look at this. Let's see. Let's look at what this message looks like. Let's see. This is the message. This is where it gets hard because we're not sending a JSON object. We're sending a stupid freaking HTMX message. So how do we know it was a delete versus... Ooh, this is gonna get difficult, isn't it? Do we need to use a different event? Oh. Not that one, this one. Ooh. I didn't think about this. Can HTMX just call, like on swap, can it call a JavaScript function? So can we define a function here to play the audio? And let me look for that. HTMX call JavaScript function. From specific code after HTML request, you need HTMX request. You need to be listening to the after request event. Whether it's just a single after request event that you are trying to listen to, or if you have code that should run after all HTMX requests, you can use the below event listener to run your code after any. But this is after all of them. Well, Dirk, I don't think Monday is going to be useful and instructive. Monday is going to be me figuring crap out. Maybe later, maybe in a week or two, maybe in a month, it will start to become informative for people. Just like my HTMX. I'm what? A week into HTMX, like full sale HTMX, and you know, I'm able to think like an HTMXer a little bit better now. And that terrifies me. Alex Dane. I don't know why I always say your name backwards. And I just realized it. Like, you've been around for a while, and I have called you Alex Dane for a long time, and that's just wrong. And I'm so sorry. I was thinking about this the other day. I noticed. Okay, so there's these event details on it. Ooh. Okay. So let me look through the event details. The detail has the message. Does it have anything else? No, because all I have is this stuff here. Okay, let's see. The delete one. Does it has anything interesting in the details that I could use? I just don't want to... I don't want to end up parsing HTML. Let me go back to this answer. This one right here. If you want to run after a specific only, you need to access the event object associated with the event, to which you should refer to the official docs here in full. However, I've put some... Yeah, let's go here. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I've even called you like Mr. Dane, which I don't even really know if either of those are your last name. But I was like, that's so dumb because in his name it's his first name. Like if I was gonna call you Mr. Anything, it would be Alex. Anyways, like I said, the struggles for me are real. Okay, so they have this ID, but I didn't see an ID in mine. Actually, let's move this over here. So we can just switch back and forth. Did I see an ID? Oh, he was looking at the target ID, but the target ID is the same because we're swapping the same thing, right? Oh, but wait. Does it break out like that it's a delete? I don't know. All right. Let's see. Maybe I need to check out the documentation that he was pointing to. Just had a cat bite me. My wife is gone and they get very needy if she's not here. What are you doing? I might need to go feed them. Feeding them usually helps. Whatever they're upset about, feeding them usually helps. Okay, so... event naming. Note that all events are fired with two different names, camel case, kebab case. So for example, you can listen for, that's not helpful. I need to be able to specify when I send this. So on the WebSocket, I need to be able to send and like actually identify the events that I'm wanting to do. So I need to... give it an ID or something? Let me look at, let's see. Let's look at where we send this. This is where we make the message with the stuff. And then this is when we delete it. How do I encode these so that they're different? Without actually looking at the HTML. All right. I guess maybe I just have to dumpster dive through this. Let's see. This is the source element. Like, the element's the same. I'm just deleting and swapping the element. This. I could just do like a I could just search for delete in this string, right? I think this is horrifying, but that's what I could do, right? Is that what I need to do? Is just search for delete? I don't play on the delete? Or I should really identify the other one. The one that I want to. That way we can send another different type of WebSocket and not play sound. All right, so... I should be able to find notifications. Let's slap a class on this. Let's slap a class on this. Yeah. Let's put a class on this that we can identify this with. And we could style it with that class too. What should we call this? There we go. It's the class alert. Okay. And now we should be able to jump over here in our thing and basically do okay, we gotta do... We can't parse it as JSON because it's XML. Does I've never tried. Does JavaScript have XML? JavaScript parse XML. Oh, we can. This is what we should be doing. Okay, here we go. I mean, it makes sense because the DOM is XML. So, like, I know that I usually just use JSON, but, like, it makes sense. It makes sense. Oh, it's DOM parser? That sounds not like what I wanted. I guess I don't really care. We'll do a DOM parser. They're just parsing this text. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. We'll just copy all this. We're gonna take all that. We're gonna nope. We're gonna throw that in here. Toggabit told me how to force this to format. I'm just gonna write. Okay, so we're gonna have a new parser. We're gonna parse in here. We don't have this thing. What we're going to do is event dot what was that thing? Oh no, did I close the... well. We gotta run this really quickly. All right. All right, wait, stop it now. Stop it now. All right, here we go. Detail. It was detail, then message. Detail, then message. Event detail. All right. And then what we wanted out of this was, let's see, class. You know what we're going to do? We're going to print this. See what we have. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Let's just do console .log and this thing. Let's just do value. Yeah. All right. If you know what, if we're feeling really adventurous, we'll do this. We'll also do this. We'll do not that. Ooh, I read an interesting article. Let me see if I can't find it really quickly. Nope, must have been a text message sent to me. It was the error rate of LLMs, and it's shockingly high. Okay, so if this is like so wrong by so many, like it's doing a lot of wrong stuff. Anyways, let's do document dot get. Oh, wait. No. I'm doing something wrong here as well, right? This is XML doc, right? I think the AI did that line as well, but I don't know these oh no. This was actually I was copying and pasting this, right? Yeah, document. Wait. Where do we use this? Oh, okay, get element by tag name. Oh, I see what they were doing here. I see. I deleted the wrong part because not so smart. Okay. I didn't read the whole thing. I just kind of went for it. Yeah, let's actually fix this. Ooh, not like that. Not like that. Oh my goodness. Just stop. All right, we'll just throw this in here like this. And we'll throw this in here, class. We don't want child nodes. We just want the value of this value. I don't know if it's value though. Like that's the weird part. So let's do v delete. Not exactly what I wanted, but it got close. We're just gonna log this thing here, and then we'll just run this. This will be fine. We'll do a whole force reload. Hard refresh. Control Shift R. There we go. Interacting with the DOM. Wait, where's my... Oh, undefined. So let's not do value. Obviously, that's wrong. That was what the AI recommended, and it misled me. But that's okay. I knew better, and I still trusted it. That's not working at all like I had thought it was going to. Stop. Okay, so length is 0. So I didn't get anything with the... Oh, wait. Let's make sure that wasn't... One of these should be a length of 0 because one of them doesn't have a class. No. All right, I'm not parsing this right, I guess. Let's just do XML doc. Let's just log the XML doc that we're parsing from the event detail message. Yeah. That can't go wrong, right? I think it probably can, but that's what we're going to do. We're just going to get rid of that for the time being. We're going to run that. We're going to jump over here, refresh. All right, so it is parsing. It is parsing. And this is the one we really want, this hello from HTMX, this one with the class alert. Okay. We gotta stop that. All right. I feel lied to by the AIs, lied to by W3 School. Get element by ID, maybe? I'm going to try that one. I tried tag name. Let's see. Wait, which one was I trying? By ID. Get element by ID. And this is going to be class. And we're just going to print that whole sucker. Expert JavaScripter right here, everyone. Do not take any advice about JavaScript from me. Except the only piece of advice, null. Perfect. The delete should be null. The only advice about JavaScript that you should take from me is to not write JavaScript. That's the... I'm sorry if there's any children out there watching. To not write script. I apologize. I need to get better about that. Trying to keep it family friendly here. Okay, so... This is really get element by tag though, right? Because that's what this, what a class is. Oh, but this is trying to get the element by its tag. I'm not thinking. I actually want to get the value of a tag on a class. Okay. 1 second. I was not even not thinking about that very well. Tobs on Twitch. I am trying to do something above my mental capabilities, obviously. So we have this we have this oh, thank you so much for following. We have these Twitch alerts, which you're noticing right now, but we're updating them to be better. Now, one of the things we decided, this isn't necessarily a thing that's making it better, but in the re-architecting of everything, we moved from what you saw right now I guess Mailings 13 you also followed 10 minutes ago, and I didn't even hear it. I have the Twitch alert sound playing, so I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. So we're working on those Twitch alerts, which are machine learning generated text. So everybody gets their own custom message when they join the party. That's the general idea about it. This is Rust. This is Rust. My other project's in Go. So to be fair to everybody watching, I am hypercritical of HTMX. I'm hypercritical. We made one little to-do app with HTMX, and then a lot of people were, and then I released my video about one of the things I don't think it solves that it's supposed to solve. And a lot of the feedback was basically I didn't learn it well enough, which is probably fair. I didn't learn it really well. I felt like it was gross. And so when we're redoing this is a really simple thing. And I thought it was a good thing to actually fully implement with HTMX to try to actually learn it a little bit better and give it a good shot in a real project. So that's what we're doing. Dane, I believe you are correct. Go's templating engine is pretty powerful. Like it's built in. Now, Rust actually has a pretty good templating engine not built in. This is like one of the differences between Rust and Go is Go doesn't actually allow you to implement the things that the language does. You know, like if you wanted to make a hash map, for the longest of time, you couldn't. The language didn't support you making your own hash map or a better hash map or a templating engine. But it kind of has the batteries included. So if you want to do those things, it's all in the base language. So whereas Rust says, hey, if we can do it in the language, you should be able to do it outside of the language. And so that means its community has a lot more of those things. So we're actually leveraging 2 templating engines in this instead of just one, which is cool. All right. I need to get the tags value. Not this. So I need to go to not there. This has, okay, yeah, okay. I need to go to the documentation on what's on this. It says get element by ID. I don't want to get the element. I want to get the tag's value. Get tags value. It's get attribute. I'm sorry. Get attribute value. Okay. So this is us giving HTMX a fair... did I misspell that? I probably did. Let's just copy and paste so that we know... You know what, I just stomped on that. This is us giving HTMX a fair shot. We'll see. I think I have the element, right? I guess I don't. I guess you're right. This is a whole doc. This is a whole doc. So I'm going to have to get the element first. You're right. You're right. You're 100% right. Sorry, I don't actually parse XML ever. It's been a long time since that's been a thing that I've done. So when we're sending this over, this looks like, let's see, this looks like this. And so we want to get by ID of notifications. Yep. We want to get by ID of notifications, and then on that, we can get the attribute. Okay. Get element by ID of notifications. So we should be able to do something like this. Can we just slap that in there? Note. Something like that, I think. We'll see. It's probably wrong. Alert. Nice. It's going to be null on the messages to delete. So in HTMX here, we have to actually send a message to delete across the WebSocket. Awesome. Okay. So we're cooking now. We're cooking. This is good. Instead of this, what we're going to do is, check this out. I'm going to trigger somebody. I'm just going to do let. Get triggered. Let. Okay, fine. Const is the right one. I don't know. I don't keep up with my JavaScript. Stuff. All right. Let's see. X. And then we can do something like if that, then we can just, slap on a that there. And this should be, this is going to work perfect. Almost guaranteed. Thanks, Tobbs on Twitch. You were absolutely correct. All right, absolutely correct. Let's see. I interacted with the DOM. Oh, it didn't play the sound. Maybe it didn't count me interacting with the DOM. Doesn't feel like it did what it was supposed to do. Doesn't feel... Oh no, I screwed up. And by I mean the AI screwed up. This was alerts. Right? Alert. All right. Stupid AI. Stupid me for just believing it. All right, so updates on the stream, everyone. Remember, the next 2 weekends, I have a family reunion I'm going to be at. And then after that... Oh, I've interacted with the DOM. There you go. Now, it shouldn't play a sound when it deletes it. Beautiful. All right, so the next 2 weekends... Next weekend, I have a family reunion, so no Saturday stream. The weekend after that, I am moving my family. So no stream after that. But then the Saturday streams should continue on. As far as the Friday news streams, next Friday you should get. Okay, we got to stop this. This makes me think that I keep getting a lot of followers, which is just breaking my little heart. So we'll still do the news this next week. The reunion's over the weekend. So I'll have Friday. But the week that I'm moving, there'll also be no news. Now I'm gonna make this up to you all. Because at the end of July or beginning of August, we haven't locked down the date yet. We're going to, what are we going to do? Oh, we're going to have the AI games. I'm going to take a Friday off, and we're going to do 8 hours of the AI games on Friday, then Saturday, and then if we need to, we'll do it on Sunday as well. So we'll have the AIs battle it out again. Tobs on Twitch. Thanks for following. We were enemies. And then we have a common foe. JavaScript. That's the common foe is JavaScript. Oh. Thank you for the follow. All right. This is a little bit not what I wanted here. If you guys haven't been around the stream, our AI games, we actually try to quantify how useful the AI coding models are. Whether they save you time, whether they don't, what one's the best at doing what. We try to do that. So I pay for all the ones that I can pay for that month, and we go through and see what we can't do with them. So ChatGPT and Copilot have been the best by far so far. Code Whisperer was probably the best improved in the winter games. It got the most improved. It had a long way to go. It was pretty garbage, and then it got to mostly not garbage, but not great. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna release my how to leverage AI video by then, hopefully. End of probably beginning of August. How to leverage AI. Because I think that you actually have to look at it as, anyways, I won't spoil the video. There we go. Okay, so we got that going. Now we just need a little CSS. We got the sound playing. That's cool. We're gonna have to do some stuff here because I want raids and stuff to have a different sound, but that's okay. We'll just put a to-do here. Add more sounds for different types of notifications. Done. All right, cool. Okay, so I guess I can turn the music back on. Tubs on Twitch. Yeah, you can absolutely call play on the class. Did I know this? No. But did I look it up? Yes, I did. Oh. And it does work. Now, you have to interact with the DOM first. That's like a browser thing. You have to actually interact with the DOM. That's why you'll see me clicking it here. But in OBS, you can turn that off. because this isn't designed to be interacted with. It's not designed to be interacted with. All right. What else do we need to do? So now we got to start styling this garbage. I think what we'll do is we'll just do a alert CSS. This way we can style the alert in the admin panel separately. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Now, actually, let's see if we can't copy what we had in our WASM front end, our current front end. Let's see. Is that all just in styles? I haven't touched this in a long time. It looks like it. It looks like it. So... Sorry, I got distracted by the Discord. Shouldn't do that. Should not. All right. Okay, so I don't know that this actually makes any sense anymore. We need to actually bring our background image in, which we wanted to do a new background image anyhow. Which I actually think is that one there. So let's copy that over. Actually, we'll need to make a spot for the images. So all right. Image, let's see, background, done. I didn't actually copy it anywhere. Okay, so we want that into assets, image, yes, background, background.png. I could have just left that off, but whatever. All right. I don't think wait, let's just run this and see what it looks like. It's not going to look right if it looks at all. If it looks at all, it's still not going to look right. We should do a hard refresh. Like I said, it's not going to look right if it looks at all. All right. Fair enough. Now what we got to do is stop it right now. All right, there we go. We stopped it while this was up so we could look at it. Beautiful. Let's check out the DOM. All right, so this is a div of notifications, which is different. We had this wrapper that we used. Ooh, maybe we should look at how we did it last time. I don't think I've thought about how this message looks. I haven't thought about the HTML at all. Let's see. We have the wrapper. The wrapper. Okay, so there was the message, which was the text inside. And then the wrapper was like the whole thing to hold it, which we don't have anymore, which we probably need to actually recreate. I'm going to change this to notifications, though. Notification, because that's how it works right now. That is our wrapper. So now we can go in here. We have our notification, which is the wrapper. And then we have this H1 that is the message. This probably shouldn't be an H1. We should probably do something like, this should be the name, right? Message dot, payload, do we not send the name forward? Garbage. We're gonna have to update this. No, we have to. We have to. Let's see. Display time, payload message URL. We have to because we have your name in the message as it is today. So this message. Oh, wait. What the? We'd have to match on what type of payload it is. Okay. Okay. We can absolutely get that type of information from the payload. It's all there. We do send it all forward. We'll probably go and copy and paste whatever logic we were using for that. All right. But what we can do before that. So notifications is now the wrappers. And now what we want is like a P1 or a P. Not this. We probably want this to be the message payload. And the H1 is going to be their name. Right? Ooh, that was not what I wanted. What am I doing? We'll just leave it as the payload as well for right now. What was the CSS? The alert CSS? All right, so that was the message. We'll just call it message. All right, that was a div. It should be a P, probably. All right. We have made it angry. Ooh, that does not look fun. That does not look. Let's just see if we can't see what we can see. Oh, wait. We want to play the message. We don't want to print the whole payload. Oh my goodness. We'll get rid of the H1 for right now. All right. We want, what was it? I'm sorry. We just want a No, we want a P. But this is alert. Because that is what we did over here. Oh, no, it is message. Okay. All right. I have no idea. I have no idea. This is not going to look right, but it will look like something. Ugh. Okay. Not correct, but it looks like something. All right, let's see. So we have our notification. We have our hello from HTMX. Okay, this is getting some stuff from main. Oh, you know what? Did we actually load the style sheet? I don't know that we actually ever did that. Let's switch over to index here. Oh, we did. We did alert. Okay, so we did load this style sheet. Okay, well then. If we have the style sheet and we're sending this, alert should be a flex, but it's not. It's not. It's not. Okay, so, and this is getting from main CSS. You know what? All right, 30 minutes until we have a short Rust and a short Kubernetes class, and then we're going to record the other videos. So we don't have a whole lot of time. And I'm going to take a 15-minute break between this. We really only have 15 minutes. We only have 15 minutes until all that starts. All right, let's see. Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? Okay, we're not applying our CSS. Let's actually just make sure it's getting to the front end. Don't we just love Arch? And by Arch, I mean, I wasn't talking about Arch Linux. I mean Edge, the browser. It's so amazing. I don't know where any of this stuff is. I don't know where any of this stuff is, but it's just amazing. There we go. So we are getting alerts. Nice. Nice. Russell, that's right. 15 minutes of CSS. I'm changing the description. Done. 15 minutes of CSS. Okay, so we are loading to the front end. That was one thing that we were actually struggling with, how we load. All right. So what we want to do now is this div. Wait, okay. Let's see. We want admin. Sweet. This is looking. This is actually really awesome, everyone. So what we've done in the whole rewrite is make this where we can stop our Twitch alerts, And now it highlights it and tells us that it's stopped. It still needs styling itself, trust me. But it's not playing the Twitch alerts. You see that it's not playing them down here anymore. And we can start them again, and it starts playing them here again, which is awesome. We can pause them again. I am very excited for this change. Okay, so let's jump into this. This is not working how I wanted it to, probably because this should be a dot, which means we're gonna have to force refresh this out here, which means we have to force hard refresh. All right, now we should see. We don't. Pause it, pause it, pause it. Ah, there we go. All right, we should see, okay, nope. Still not an alerts.css. No, this is the ID. This is the ID. It should be a hashtag. It should be a hashtag. I was doing that right. I was doing that right. Wait, is this like some stupid misspelling? This is alert.css. And then in the index, I do alert.css. Yeah. So that's not wrong. Wait a second. Do we even need main here? I feel like the answer is no. I feel like the answer is absolutely no. This is not an improvement. It's still not loading. Oh, 1 second. I gotta pause it. 1 second. We'll pause it when it's there we go. It's still not loading the CSS. Let's see. Yeah. This is just all. So actually, instead of 15 minutes of CSS, it's actually 15 minutes of why the crap does my CSS not load? It's a completely different style of thing. All right. So let's look through this. I have the alerts style sheet. We have a div with an ID of notifications. There's got to be a misspelling, right? Notification. I even looked at those things. I just wish that I could read better. All right. There we go. So it really was 15 minutes of Merrick can't spell worth crap, which is also pretty much every day, every single day. All right. So we probably don't want it to change the text size. That's interesting. But we have our Twitch alerts in HTMX now. We could actually pump the real messages through from the back end. We're not. This is just like some test framework that we're using to not connect to Twitch. We're actually going to use this for some testing too, because now that we have this test framework to send messages through, we can actually use that to not use Twitch systems and test the whole system other than the connection to Twitch, which is pretty cool. I'm excited about that because it will make general testing so much easier. Russell, how are you doing, by the way? All right. Now, this wasn't quite what I expected. Did we not copy that background image over? Yeah, we did. We did. Can you not actually view this in here? What a lousy, I think is what I wanted. I like how the background color will peek out. That wasn't the goal. That wasn't the goal. So I actually have a new background image, which I thought this was. Yeah, I thought that this was, but I don't know how to view it like this. I mean, we can just, I don't know how to view images from the command line. So let's go to here. Twitch alerts. Where's Twitch alerts? Twitch alerts, front end. No, front end API. Front end API, assets, image. Yeah, so I have this. Which is not displaying well. So I have this because it's kind of a D&D theme. And so the idea here is that the text will go here. The text will go here. And then like their name will go here. And then if we get really fancy, that's not at all what I wanted to do. If we get really fancy at some point, I want to make like different colored flames. Probably with like CSS. I'm not sure. Maybe we just make them GIFs and call it good. I want to make like different colored flames depending on whether it's a subscribe or a follow or whatnot. Yeah. Oh, you guys can't really see because my head's in the way. All right. Well, I need 15 minutes. Oh, wait. Let me try that. XDG open. Cool. I will try to remember that. I will probably forget it at least one or two more times. But, thank you. I'm not going to tell you what we did. I'm not going to tell you what we did because yeah, let's just leave it at that. Maybe the 15 minutes was I misspelled something and I had to track down where I misspelled it. Maybe. I'm not saying that that's what it was. I'm saying maybe. Maybe. That was the 15 minutes. Oh, very nice. Go for that brisket. All right, I'm gonna need 15 minutes. I gotta go feed this cat that bit me twice now. He doesn't bite hard. He just like puts his teeth on my feet. Joke's on him. He's putting his teeth on my feet, which joke's on him. But I think maybe he's hungry. I don't know. We'll see. I gotta go feed them. I gotta make a cup of coffee. Then we'll get into our Rust and then our Kubernetes. And then, like I said, I have this. So I don't know if people liked yesterday during the news. We just read a couple articles, but I put instead of just like pure reaction, I read the title. I haven't read the article, but I read the title and debunking common Kubernetes myths. So what we're going to do is first we're going to go over. I'm not saying that I put a ton of time into this. I put it like, probably half an hour while I was doing stuff, thought of what I think are the biggest myths of Kubernetes. And then I thought we could talk about my takes on it, and then we could, see what their takes are on it and see if, maybe I missed some that they didn't, or, maybe we disagree. I don't know. We'll see if it's a fun take or different take, if you guys like it or not. And yeah, I'll be posting them. I just posted The Edge is Alive video on my Bytes channel. So people like the Kubernetes versus Docker. So I'll keep posting 1 or 2 of these a week. Maybe hopefully 2 or 3, but we'll see. These next 2 weeks are very busy for me. Okay. I'll be right back. 15. That's not a 5. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. We really need to get it so you guys can play a game while I'm gone. I really need to get to that. All right. Give me just a second as I set up. I want to pull up. Let's see. All right. So today we're going to learn something new about Rust. This is something I've actually just been playing around with my Twitch alerts, and is a feature that's going to be really useful, especially if you're going to make something like a library and want to build a CLI around that library in the same project. We're going to leverage it in this to-do app with our microservice with some shared code that we're going to develop side by side. So let me get into the, let me first get to the right thing of that right there. Okay. And then let me get to you. English is difficult and I'm sorry. Mohammed, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Let's get to the right repository right now. So day 9. Okay, we haven't made a day 9. That's the problem. I made a day 9. I just haven't actually, I don't think I've ever actually CD'd into it. Day 9. Okay. CD J. Can I do it now in a different one? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. All right. We're in day 9. What we're learning today is to build workspaces. So this is a way to allow you to build two things side by side. There are ways to actually do this with Git references in your TOML file, but for today and for this piece, we're just going to make a workspace and we're going to leverage that. So here's all of our code that we've done so far, and it's pretty awesome. But, one of the things that we wanted to do was to actually have another service. So like I said, the whole point of this class is not to make the most valid way to make a to-do application, but it was to learn the full stack. And make a product with the full stack. So obviously having 2 microservices to make a to-do app is stupid, and I understand that, but we're doing this to build the full stack and understand how all those things work together. Let me change my, you guys didn't remind me, my stream title. All right, there we go. All right, so we would like to have a secondary service, and so we're going to use a workspace to do that. Now, what we're also going to do while we're in here is we're going to make one final commit. Git add. And then what we're going to actually do is check out a branch for day 9 and then do the stuff on that branch. So what I want to do in the end with this is I actually want to go back and make videos, but I don't know that they're going to be day 1, 2, 3, 4 like we've done them, because I think some of the stuff can be condensed. But we'll figure that out. Okay, so in day 9, we now what we're going to do is we're going to delete a lot of these things. So RM day 2. I can't star this because I want day 9. So let's see. Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8. All right. And then Rust 101. Okay. Cool. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make this day 9 our to-do app. So let's rename that. So now we've renamed that folder to to-do. That's going to be our to-do application. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make this a workspace. How we're going to do that, let's just open it up in Vim. We'll just open it up in Vim, and we're going to make a cargo.toml file here. A cargo.toml file here. And we're just going to do something really, really, really simple here. We're going to do something really, really simple. So what we do is we're going to make, we're going to go into insert mode, and then we're going to just do workspace, just like this. And in this, we need to not have Copilot. In this workspace, we're just going to, for right now, there's more advanced stuff that you can do, list some members. So we'll have members, and this is going to equal another square brackets, and this will be to do, and we'll do weather, and then we'll go ahead and close off those square brackets and write this. Let's see. That's not right. All right. The auto was not working very well there. Okay, so what we've done here is made a workspace, and we've added two members to it. Let's go ahead and try building this and see what happens. So if we jump over to our terminal, and we do cargo build like we're used to, we're going to get a failed. So failed to load manifest for workspace member weather. We haven't made the weather app yet. And this is Janet Carr. How are you? What were you guys up to? And thank you so much for the raid of 108 people. I don't know if you got to see it, but you got a custom raid message just for you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that gifted sub. We've written our own Twitch alerts, which is a larger rabbit hole than you want to dive down into. That they generate a custom message for everything that it works on. For everything that it works on. Healed Jadely, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Thank you so much. Working on some Clojure stuff? What were you doing in Clojure? Let's I don't know that I'm smart enough for Clojure. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm quite smart enough for it, but I love the concept. Let's shout out. Clojure is fun. Have you been enjoying it then, I guess? Do you write a lot of it, or is it just a stream thing? Did you write it before streaming? You're an expert. I will have to join in. I have to admit that I had not been following you before now. I will. I've given you a follow, so I'll check out your next Clojure stream. She's in a book? That depends on what type of book. I mean, like, I get what you're saying, though. Like, a book on Clojure. But there's definitely books you probably don't want to be in. The book. Okay. Okay. Well, cool. That's awesome. That's super awesome. I mean, that's super cool. Well, awesome. I look forward to learning some Clojure on your stream the next time you're streaming and I'm on. Thank you so much for the raid. Go have a fantastic lunch. Janet's Raiders, we're going to get back into this. So we've been learning Rust. Today we're learning a little bit about the workspace files. After this, we're going to do a little bit of a session on Kubernetes, and then I have a few little things, and then we might get back to hacking around on our Twitch alerts if we have time after that. So thanks for joining, and let's continue on. Okay, so we just made this file, and you'll notice that it's complaining that it can't find this, and that's because we stated that we wanted to do a if we look at our manifest file, we said that we had 2 members here. So let's try fixing this really quickly with just deleting one of them and building. And you can see that we're actually successfully going through and building our app now. This is fine. These are expected errors. We haven't remember we have to do our database URL and our port. Yeah. So now it will build. If or maybe it won't. We'll talk about that. But it is building. These are compilation errors, and we'll need to fix these compilation errors, and that's fine. But if we go back here and add, we want this weather service. We want this. And it's not going to build at all. It's not trying to compile the code at all because the workspace is broken. So let's fix this. We can do this pretty easily with cargo add weather bin. not add, oh my goodness, not add, new, cargo new, weather, bin. Oh, there we go. So we can ls here, and we can see that we've created a new weather project. If we look into that and explore this just a little, you can see that we have the basic workings of a project, a source, a cargo toml with the dependencies, and a main that just says hello. So now if we do cargo build, have we fixed anything? Okay, so yeah, we're back to the compilation errors. We're back to those, which is cool. So we've gotten back to it's actually compiling code, and we're in a workspace. Look at this. If you look at our directory now, our directory doesn't have, our directory just has the to-do and the weather directories. It doesn't actually have the code directly in it. All right, now, if you remember right, HTMX, oh my goodness, too much Twitch alerts. Our backend weather service uses SQLX, and it actually wants to see the database. But when we went and copied everything, we copied that database file that it was looking to into the to-do. So it's in here, this to-dos DB here. And so it actually can't see this anymore. So one quick way to solve this and to fix this is just to move that back out into the root directory, because this root directory is where we're going to start running all of our stuff. So let's move that from the to-do, to-dos DB into to-dos DB here in the root directory. All right. Now, if we go ahead and build, we should actually build our application together. And I just noticed something that we didn't fix. We had this alt to do because it was like the ultra to do app, but we're just going to rename that to the to do app. This is good practice. So to do that, we want to go into our to do application, into its cargo file, and rename it there. So we can just cargo right here in the to dos, cargo. And we'll just rename this to to-do before we get any further along. Okay. So far, so good. Any questions so far? Keep them simple so that I might have a chance of answering them. Okay, so let's talk about running this now. We did cargo build, but if we do cargo run, it's not going to work. Cargo run. And that's because there's actually two binaries it could run. It could run the to-do or the weather. In the next class that we do, we're going to actually add a library for some of our gRPC stuff, and that's the whole point of setting all of this up today. But for right now, we have two things that can actually execute. So the way to specify that is just by the bin, and you can do the weather, which is just going to print hello world. That's like the default application we saw here. If we do jump over to main and look at the weather, this is just printing hello world. But if we go ahead and do bin of to do, this is going to run the application that we've been working on. So this one here, you can see it's starting to serve on port 9000, and it's listening for requests. So we could start making our curl commands and whatnot to it pretty much immediately. And yeah, this is workspaces. Now, there's more advanced features of workspaces that you can do. One of the cool things about workspaces is you can actually know how we have our cargos, and now if you look at it, we actually have cargos in each one. We have a cargo in the main one, which defines this as a workspace. We have a cargo in the to-do app, which is the cargo toml for all the dependencies of the to-do app. And now we actually have a cargo file with all the dependencies of our weather app as well. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to have some shared dependencies. And what we're going to do in the next one as we build out our gRPC interface. So for all of you guys that are new here, we're doing like from 0 to production Rust. But it's designed, or hopefully designed, in a way where we're actually covering all the techniques and technologies you would need to write some web services. Whether it's a service that just serves JSON or a front end, we're just trying to cover all the bases. So it's not the most applicable application, because basically we're going to have a weather microservice for our to-do application, but it's to exercise all the muscles, because we're going to have gRPC in there. We're going to have a shared library in there. We're going to do all of those types of things. So it's to kind of replicate all of those, exercise all of those muscles. So none of those seems weird. So it's a little bit of a weird app in that regards, as far as how it's designed. Wagafa, thank you for the follow. Hopefully you guys are all having a good day. All right. So that's now our project hierarchy, and you can see that we'll have cargo locks on all of these as well. Well, we'll have a lock on this as soon as there's dependencies on this. So we can follow the same thing to add our proto buffers. So we can go ahead and stop that and do a cargo new proto new bin. It's not bin. Oh my goodness, I lied to you guys. So we're just going to rmrf proto. All right. Always use F. That makes sure that you've made the mistake if you accidentally delete the wrong thing. What we want here is not a bin. So if you do help, you can see here that we have a couple things, but we want a library. So this is something that's not going to be executable. It is designed to be a library to be used in these. We can set the edition from here. I didn't think, is 2024 out? Is 2024 out? I've been using 2021. Should we update? Okay, it's not released yet. Cool. It's going to default to 2021 because that's the default for the version of Rust that I'm doing. So you don't have to do this, and we can validate this. So let's just run it without the addition and validate that it is 2021. So let's do cargo here and go up to proto, and you can see that it has defaulted to the edition of 2021. So cool. All right. So that was it. I know that I said it was going to be short, and it was short. But I found out that each week I've been trying to do too much, and so I was trying to keep it shorter, concise. Questions about workspaces. We can actually do a shared dependency if you guys would like to just see how that looks. So let's say we want to share one of these dependencies. Oh, actually, we have one thing left to do here. Let's open up our main cargo on our workspace. It doesn't actually have our protos, so let's add protos here. Was it proto or protos? I'm guessing protos. Super guess, and it was wrong. It was completely wrong. Okay, proto. All right, we can do that really quickly. Let's actually do that right now for you all. So if we wanted to have a shared dependency through these, which we're actually going to have one. So I'm looking it up right now, what it is that the actual dependency. Give me just 1 second. This one right here. All right. If we wanted to have shared dependencies in this, which we do, let's go ahead and add that to our member workspace here. So what we'll do really quickly is we'll just add another little place down here, a happy little place, and we'll do workspace dependencies like that, if that's all spelled correctly. And now we can actually define workplace dependencies here. So this one I can actually copy and paste. One of them that we want is Tokyo Tungstenite. That's one we're going to leverage. So if we have Tokyo Tungstenite defined here, it doesn't mean that all of these are using the workspace dependency. There's one more step if you want yours to use that. There's one more step that you have to do. And we'll go ahead and do that really quickly. So if we wanted our weather app to use Tokyo Tungstenite, let's jump over to the weather cargo. So you can just look for your cargo file and whichever one that you're doing. Here's my weather cargo file. And what we're going to do is we're going to do Tokyo Tungstenite. Let's see, we're going to just copy and paste. I can never remember how to spell tungstenite. And then instead of all of this, actually, let's put that back up there so you guys can all see that. Instead of all of this information, which is the version and the features and stuff that we want, what we're going to do instead of this is workspace equals true. So now what we have done here is said we want to use the workspace version of this. And what's nice about this is if all 3 of your applications or packages or libraries or whatnot depend on the same version, you won't have to worry about version mismatches and things like that. So if you're building a library and a CLI that's using that library in tandem, this will keep both versions at the same place as you go. Thank you for the follow. If you guys want to see an actual use of this, which, I mean, we will be using this in the future, but let's go ahead and jump over to our Twitch alerts, which actually leverages this quite a lot. Now, I am not posting today's code. As everybody knows, I will post the code for the week prior, the day of the next lesson. And that's because I hope you guys code along. I really would love if you guys are coding along and asking questions. Are there any questions while I pull up this? All right. Max, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so this is our Twitch alerts, and there's a lot of stuff going on here. There's a lot of architecture decisions on here that were not the best architecture decisions, so don't question them because I question them daily. But we have a couple different things, and one of those things is the AI manager that manages populating, you know, when you follow, it has to go and take your username and it builds a story based off of you. And so we have this AI manager service. And we also have this Twitch listener service that's listening to Twitch for any WebSockets, any events that are coming over from Twitch. And, you know, it gets, basically it's just listening to Twitch and getting those services into our system. And so we have a couple things going on here, and we have this cargo, our main cargo file here. And this is a little bit more complicated than your cargo file should be right now, or maybe anybody's cargo file should be at all. But you can see we actually leverage this Twitch quite a bit. Now we go into some more advanced stuff here. I don't worry about that. I'm just showing you that this is actually something that works and is leveraged So now we can go into any of these sub cargo files. And we can actually see here, like this one uses all of the workspace features, but not all of them have to. Like messages doesn't use any. Messages actually is one that all the other projects are dependent on and has no dependencies on the other one. It's basically a library. It is, but whatever. So you can see like there, you can mix and match and you can leverage stuff like that. Here, SQLX is pinned at the workspace version, but we're using our own clap version. Well, the idea is that nothing else uses clap in this because nothing else is a command line. So that is, you know, kind of the more advanced location you can get to with some of this stuff. So yeah, that's it for Rust. I tried to make it a little bit shorter. Hopefully that's it. Was a good length. It was a little short. I do mean for it to go like for an hour, but you guys have questions. We can look at anything. If you guys have questions on it. Maybe not an hour. I mean for it to go 45 minutes. Yeah. Now, just a reminder, quick reminder. I have a family reunion next week, so no Saturday stream. I apologize ahead of time. No Saturday stream next week. So just remember that. All right. Kubernetes. I'll wait for your guys' answers or questions, and I actually have a little fix up to do for the Kubernetes. Let's see. All right, so I have a question. We can jump into Kubernetes configuration. That's what I had planned. Although we have a little bit of time. I was planning on starting that at 11 or at 1. The other thing that we have for today is I have basically the debunking common Kubernetes myths. I have why I don't like infrastructure as code. That's that. Some people might take that as a very, very spicy take. And then the last one that we have is why WASM. So yesterday day, we had this conversation about WASM and why people are looking forward to it. Why I would be excited about it if it actually proves feasible. And so I just made some stuff to quickly cover why people would be interested in WASM, some diagrams to help us understand, and we can cover that or this. So would you guys like to jump into Kubernetes configuration or Kubernetes 101 configuration, or would you like to jump into some of these? It's up to you guys. You know, don't all jump in at once. All right, let's do why Wasm first. I'm going to turn off the music, the low music, and we'll talk about why Wasm, why people want Wasm. All right. So I'll clip this for YouTube. So we'll record it. We'll put it on YouTube. Now, for those of you who haven't been around for very long, we are in the process of building a cloud, and part of this goes into why you might. So there's a lot of reasons. Let me start with an intro. I'm not very good at this live recording of a video. Well, for those of you who aren't, we are building a cloud. It's stalled a little because, well, we can get into why it's stalled a little bit, but we are. And one of the big reasons we're doing it is to learn. How do you run untrusted code? How do you safely provide people access to hardware? How do you do these things? And so one of the things like we like to do or say is to learn something new. And so that's the goal of my streams, is to help us learn something new, whether it's from my failures, me trying stuff. That's why we're trying HTMX. I've never used HTMX, but we're going to try it. We're going to learn something new, whether we like it or we hate it or something in between. It doesn't matter. If we learn something new through it, then we're doing great. So that being said, one of the reasons we're building the null cloud is to learn something new. Now, let's talk about Wasm. Welcome. If you're watching this on YouTube, we stream this live on Twitch. Go ahead and join. You get to ask questions and interact, and it's awesome. But I've been asked, why Wasm? Now, there's a lot of reasons to run Wasm. There's reasons in the browser where you can use other languages than JavaScript and run your code safely in a browser, leveraging the Wasm runtime. But those are not what I'm talking about today. Today, I'm going to talk about why Wasm on the backend. What I mean by this is on your backend servers, not browsers. Okay, so I'm not covering about why you might want to run it on your browsers. I'm also not talking about apps. So another application where you might use this was, let's say you wanted to run a Windows, Mac, Linux application. Now, a lot of people would write like an Electron app, but let's say that you like writing in Rust or Go or some other language than JavaScript or TypeScript, which is effectively JavaScript. Now, if that's you, then you might like this for platform portability. But we're not talking about platform portability either. These are actually really strong cases for it. And one other really strong case for it that I like would be plugins. Not that. Plugins. So another really strong case for Wasm or something like that is the ability to let other people write code to extend your code, or basic plugin architectures. All right. So these are some really good, really good, but not what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about today. So, and another thing for all of you that are new and for YouTube, all of these notes that I take here are actually stored in Git in Markdown files, so you can go and check them out. Once the video is done and up, it will be in done, and you can go find them here. So you can go ahead and find the video that goes with the notes that we take, which is pretty cool. Okay, so these are good arguments for WASM, but not what I'm talking about today. I think these are actually really self-explanatory. But if people are struggling with why these would be self-explanatory, that's fine. Go ahead and ask, and we'll cover why WASM would work really well. What we're going to talk about today is backend servers. So where your code generally runs, in Kubernetes, it's running in a container. Otherwise, you're talking about a Linux process, generally on Linux. All right. So that's what we're talking about. And why would you want to run WASM? I've called WASM the next JVM. The JVM is Java Virtual Machine, or sometimes I say yet another JVM. But that's mostly me dunking on it. But anyways, so why would you want to put WASM on your backend servers? Most likely you're writing Go or Rust or something like this that compiles to the Linux platform that you want anyways. So the portability, in my opinion, isn't a big deal. Although some have said, for ARM, it's harder to write Go. For me, the portability isn't really there. I'm targeting Linux. I'm targeting a well-known architecture. I don't really need it to be portable. And this is where the null cloud comes in. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a stream on this on Monday. Since Monday I have off, I'm going to do a Monday stream, kind of like a Saturday stream. And we're going to explore this concept. So the null cloud right now provides safe running, safe execution via something called gvisor. This is basically implements the kernel calls, and it does virtual memory, basically. It does virtual memory. We'll just do vmem memory. So it does some virtual memory for each container. And this helps further isolate your container to allow you to run untrusted code. Because part of the goal of the null cloud is to be able to let you run code on it. And to do that, I have to make sure that your code, I'm going to call Dane Alex out. I have to make sure that Dane Alex's code doesn't mess with Countron's code, some other untrusted code. I have to make sure that these two play nicely together. Nothing that Dane does should be able to interfere with something another user does. And even furthermore, and maybe even more terrifying, this is my hardware. Maybe it has keys on it. Maybe it has, SSH certs or something sitting on it. I also have to protect my box from Dane. I'm picking on Dane because he's been here for a while and he understands that I'm just using it as a reference. So this is one of the things that when you're running as a cloud, you have to do. So we obviously, with gvisor and all of this, these are actually containers. So let's actually add that layer in here. These are containers. Okay, so let's do this. And all of these are just methods. I don't know why that sometimes does that. All right, these are just methods to sandbox. These are just sandboxing methods. Now, there's a couple things here. Virtualizing memory is expensive. So this is expensive. This is expensive. Containers themselves have some overhead. And this whole stack is pretty complicated. The whole stack is kind of complicated. From running gvisor to virtualized memory to containers with some container runtime that we didn't even put in here, some container runtime, and then getting the untrusted code on there. Now, this is how the null cloud currently works. How we currently run untrusted code is this method right here, and it's kind of complicated. The other thing that people like to do is this thing called functions, or, you know, if you're in AWS, this is like Lambda. So Lambda functions, whatever you want to call it. Some people call it serverless. That makes me hurt inside. And so I don't call it serverless. But these things. And what happens with these is this untrusted code isn't running until you get some event. And that's where this diagram right here comes into play, that I made for you all. What happens is this code isn't just sitting there and running. Now, in the null cloud as it exists today, that's exactly what's happening. Your code runs whether you're using it or not. And people want to be like, well, if I'm not using it, can it just not run? And that's where the Lambda functions come in. Well, so right now in the null cloud, if we were to do this, when that request comes in, that event comes in, we would have to spin up new virtual memory, a new container with your untrusted code in it. And this can take 5 to 10 seconds. That's okay for a lot of people. To be honest, that's acceptable for a lot of people that want it to run once or twice a day. But it is kind of a bad user experience. For whatever end user is making this HTTP request, a lot of the times the events are HTTP. That's the one user you have a day gets a bad experience. So can we make this better? And that's where hopefully, let's see, is that all fitting in the screen? Hopefully, Wasm steps in. Wasm provides a sandbox. Wasm provides a sandbox. And so the color coding is here. This is customer 1, this is customer 2, this is customer 3, customer 4. And this is all of their untrusted code. We'd like to spread their untrusted code out. These are, everything that's white is my infrastructure, the null cloud's infrastructure. And we'd like to, and this is basically available space. Wouldn't it be easier if the only thing we had to do was run Wasm, have a Wasm runtime? Forget all of this complexity and just provide a Wasm runtime like this. The other thing here is a Wasm, if it can protect memory sufficiently, that's still up for debate. If it can protect memory sufficiently, that this will be fast, very fast, because it doesn't have to spin all of these things up. The claims are that this will take a millisecond or 10 milliseconds maybe to spin up this untrusted code. So we could get a new request by customer 5. Their code will have had already been compiled. Let's make them a fun new color. They're going to get this aqua-ish color here. Yep. Customer 5 is. And customer 5 is going to make the request here. Well, we should be able to run customer 5 here almost instantly. That's not the same color. There we go. Almost instant, or within 10 milliseconds. That's the idea. And that's why people are excited about Wasm on the back end. For other reasons than these. I mean, some people are excited for the platform portability, the plugins, and whatnot. But what we really need for serverless, I'm going to put serverless in quotes because for serverless, is isolation and small overhead. Thank you. If you're watching this on YouTube, want to join in, ask questions, why while we're having this, go ahead, hit that like and follow button. But go ahead and join us on Twitch at Merrick Counts. And yeah, if you're here on Twitch, let's continue on. We have Kubernetes to get into. Does this all make sense? Any questions? So at this point, I think Monday, for all of you who are here, we're going to try to shoehorn Wasm into the null cloud. It's probably going to fail and it's probably going to be not great, but it's going to be a learning experience for all of us. It's going to be a learning experience for all of us. All right. When that video is done, I'll put it in the done category. And you guys can get this on the, if you do git, I believe git is the command. No, it's not. It's GitHub. GitHub, you can see the GitHub. That's the null channel. The notes are there. I haven't pushed these yet. One of the things that I'd like to do is in the notes. So you'll see like this, debunking common myths. If it's related to an article, you can find the article that we're working with there. With what I will try to start doing, I haven't been doing this, but what I will try to do is come back and put in the video. So if you're wanting to watch the video, I don't take super detailed notes here. But I feel like it would be good with the video if you're wanting to open them up and look at some of the stuff. Some of them I take kind of detailed notes. Some of them I like this one. I got pretty. The Kate's Wasm is better together. I got pretty involved. Pretty involved. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's see here. Docker build. This will take just a second. Well, okay. So any questions? You know what I didn't do is I didn't do a marker. So let me do a marker right now that says end. End. Why awesome. I'm learning to do this. If you guys want. These are my YouTube channels. YouTube, the Null Labs live is just the same live as this. It just, YouTube keeps the video forever instead of Twitch only keeps them for like 10 days or something. The Null Bytes is where I actually take these videos, I cut out this, and I put it in just a little bite of the live stream. And then the Null Labs is kind of my main YouTube channel, so you're more than welcome to check it out if you want or like to. I guess we have an ad here in 56 seconds, so we'll start the Kubernetes as soon as that ad's over. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Interesting. We'll fix this while we're waiting on that. Ew. I don't like this. Do we just shove the to-do app database into into this file. I mean, we are copying it in. I guess we could just do something like, let's do port. We'll do 9,000. ChatGPT, you're close. You're close. Not really though. Let's see. This was what is this? What is this? Yeah, that right there. This is what we want. This. So anyways, that's kind of, yeah, the gist of why I'm interested in Wasm and have been watching it. Like I said, there's a lot of reasons you could be interested. I think if we're talking about what's holding Wasm back in some of these, like this platform portability, what Wasm really needs for this is a really good front-end framework, because I think Wasm could be a really awesome like cross-platform app development kit. And I think the reason it's not is there's just not a good UI library. Like, good UI libraries are far and few between anyhow, but there's just not a big mainstream one that a company's maintaining and keeping up, which I think hurts it in the end, or hurts that as like a is why you know you still see React Native versus you know, like a Wasm cross-platform app. We got a minute left of ads. All right, cool. That allowed it to build. Let's can I just do Docker push? Beautiful. There we go. We can have some music while we're waiting. For those of you not getting ads. All right. So everyone's back. So now we're going to do a little bit of a Kubernetes. These are, I'm working them out these aren't getting directly adapted to YouTube right now. But the idea is to take these Rust and Kubernetes and eventually adapt them to a practical guide to Kubernetes and Rust. So like with the Rust one, I really want people to be writing the code along with it, as well as I don't cover esoteric language features or things like that. I try to cover the actual really practical things that you can use to like get up and running in production. So, you know, that's why we're covering proto buffers and, you know, gRPC and JSON and all of those types of things, and making sure that they're all covered in a really easy to consume way. All right, so for Kubernetes today, what we're going to talk about is configuring your service. We've made a deployment. Actually, let's make sure we still have it here. We don't. Where did our deployment go? Oh wait, let's check in the to-do because it might be just in here. Yeah, Rust deployment. Okay, so we've made a deployment, we've made a service. Let's move those down to this. Let's actually we'll just make a Kubernetes folder for the Kubernetes stuff. And then we're just gonna CP those into there. Actually, you know what we could do is we could just do this, right? I believe all YAML stuff should go in here. RP. Absolutely. RP. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so typos aside, we have a service, we have the Rust deployment. Now what we really want to do is to configure that deployment. So we've pushed our container, and we actually can use English. We actually can and will use a config map to configure that. Now we have two things. If we run our code, cargo run, and we just run it with help, we actually need the bin now. We need the bin of to do, and we do help. Oh my gosh. You'll see, wait. Why is this? Did we not export? Export. Port. All right. Now if we run this, you'll see that we actually have two things that we need to configure, and it will actually not compile if we don't configure it. We have to give it a port and a database URL. We need those two things. Now we actually did give some defaults here. So that's cool, but defaults usually aren't what you want to use in production. So we want to actually set this to 9,000 instead of the default 8080. And that's what we're going to do today. So let's cd into Kubernetes, and we're going to actually remove this config map. I don't remember what it is, but we want to create our own. So let's just vim config map YAML, and we're going to make our own config map. So we're going to write it by hand. I know that we generated some, but I wanted to step through the anatomy of a Kubernetes file since we were at it. I thought that would be fun, you know, fun. So we're going to do the kind. Most of the time, that's what you start with, and this is going to be a config map. That's the kind. And then you have to have the API version. Good job, Copilot, getting the V1 API version. Metadata. There's always some metadata. This is where you can give it a name. You can also define the namespace if you want to do the namespace. We haven't talked a ton about the namespaces. You can leave this off, and it will deploy to whatever namespace you're currently in, working in. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to leave it off. There's not a whole big reason. The next thing in this is data. It's absolutely right. And so now there's actually a couple ways that you can do this. you can do a file like this. So let's say your application wanted to be configured by a file. And, you know, maybe in the future, we'll have some sort of configuration file. And that's fine. So we could do this, but we don't really want to do this right now. Right now, we really just want a port. And we'll call this, we said we wanted 9000 instead of the default 8080. And we wanted, what was it? Database URL. So this was SQLite to-dos, this right here. All right, so this is all nice, and we can actually apply this to our Kubernetes cluster. So let's go ahead and do, actually, whoa. We're not in our, let's kind create cluster. Let's create a cluster. Kind delete cluster. Kind. Oh, you know what? Ooh. We needed that config. Do you know what that config map was? That wasn't a config map. We'll look at it and I'll show you what it is. We're going into Kubernetes config. Kind config. It's our kind config.yaml. If we look at it, let's write that and jump over to kind config. Yeah. This is actually exposing the ports out through the machine. Glad we thought about this. Okay. So now we can jump into the Kubernetes and we can do kind create cluster config. Nope. Not config. We change this to kind config. All right. So this is going to create our cluster for us. Like I said, you can use whatever tool you like. I'm using kind because it's quick and easy. We deleted a cluster. We're going to stand up a new cluster in minutes. For those of you, we have a Discord while we're waiting on this. If you have questions, want to ask questions and whatnot, you can join the Discord. All right. So now we're in our kind cluster. We can go ahead and apply the config map that we made. So we can do K or kubectl if you want to spell it all out. Apply -f. F is for file, not for force here. There's also K for customize, but we're doing files. Config. So you can see that we have a config map and it was created. So we can do K get config maps. And you can see that we have our kube root cert CA and we have this config. This is the one that we made. So we can actually do our get config maps, config, the name, and YAML. So we're just wanting to output it to YAML. And here we go. Here's our config map. So you can see here, this is the last applied configuration. We can see we have a database with this and a port with this. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we can do it without the YAML, and you'll just get that. The name of this config map is config. Terrible name. Absolutely terrible name. But it is what it is. It is what I have done. So, any questions so far? All right, so we have this config map in our cluster, but now we need to use it. If you remember, we have this deployment that we are leveraging and the service. We can go ahead and reapply those since we created a new cluster. So k apply -f Rust deployment. This can be any application. Let's see. Oh, we actually changed this. Let's update that. The deployment ultra to do is invalid. Labels invalid. Ultra to do does not match template label. Wait, what? What did we do here? All right. We have changed this from ultra to do to just to do. We could change this all over the place to do, but that is a weird error. Are you guys ready for a little live debugging? A little live debugging. What did we screw up? Let's read the error again. The deployment ultra to do is invalid. Okay. So that's this deployment. Its name is, well, we changed it to do now. The template metadata label invalid value. Okay. So I'm thinking it's saying that it doesn't like this label. So the labels is a map of string. But that's what we have here. Wait. Selector does not match template. Ooh, okay. So a selector here does not match template. Okay, so our selector is here and our template is here. Okay, so what we need to do, is select this, yank that, and paste that here. Down one, delete that. That should fix it. Beautiful. Okay, so it's just complaining because the labels weren't matching what the template was. And remember, this is the template for our pod spec. So we could create a pod specifically, but we are creating a deployment to manage that pod for us. I don't know how this worked the previous time, but woohoo. All right, so we have now our deployment. We can also deploy our service. You know what? Our service is probably wrong now too. Let's jump over into that. Yeah, it's wrong, of course. We'll rename all of these. To do. All right, so now that should be good, and we'll do our service. Okay, so now we can do get deployments. And you can see we have our to-do deployment. It's up, it's running. Cool. We can do a whole bunch of things here, but we're not going to. What we want to do is we want to actually configure this to use our newly configured config map. And what we have to do is we have to do that in our deployment. If we jump back over to our deployment here, please feel free to ask questions if you have questions as we're going through this. All right, so if you go over here and look at this, we actually need to basically give this a config map. So what we're wanting to do, and I'm going to get you guys this. Like I've always said, if you guys are trying to follow along and want to do this, you can do Kate's config map to env. Here we go. Configure a pod to use a config map. You can look this up here. This is a great place. Remember, this is just about anything. Do Kate's deployment. I think we did this one the last week. Deployments, yeah, deployments. Any resource that we talk about here. So we talked about service. This is the type here, this kind. If you do Kate's or Kubernetes, service, you're going to find the documentation on it straight away as well. It will be the first search result. So it's really a good way to, and these documents are really filled out. So again, I'm selecting like a very specific portion of all of this, but there's a lot of information. You know, what if you want to do an IPv4, IPv6 dual stack? Documentation's there on it, on the service. So we want deployments, config map. Okay. So this is configuring a pod to use a config map. You can leverage kubectl create to create the config map. That's what we did with the service the first time around. Messed us up, but we already have this. We've already done this, and so we don't really need to do this more. What we want to talk about is actually configuring our pod to leverage the config map. So we can look for their example. Here we go. Here, define the environment variables in the pod specification. So these are using a pod specifically, not a deployment like we're doing. But you can see here, it's passing in environment variables to the pod, and it's doing it from a config map. So let's try to do this ourselves now. So let's go to our deployment here, and we can see this is our container here. And what we want to do is we want to do our environment here for our thing. And basically we want to, now we could hard code these like this. That's an option where we're giving it the database URL and the value of SQLite to-dos. That's an option, but we made a config map to use the config map. And there's a lot of reasons why you would want to do that, but we'll get into that. So what you want to do is a value from, like this is saying here. So instead of just giving it a value, what you really want to do here is a value from. And so then this is, you know, ChatGPT is picking it up, or Copilot is picking it up, is we're wanting to do it from a config map key reference. So this is getting the key from a config map. So this is the name of the config map. If you guys remember our kget config maps, the name of ours is config, which is a terrible name now that I've thought this through. The name is config, and the key is database. So again, if we go config-o YAML, you can see that our one key is database with that. So that's, you know, how we're rolling. And then we actually want to do another one for port. So we can do just another one here. Name port. ChatGPT already got it for us. It already got it for us, but we were trying to get it from the config to the port, and that's going to be it. So what we need to do is we need to update our deployment. How hard is that? How hard is updating our deployment? Well, because we use apply and not create, all we have to do is k apply -f, because it's a file, and then our Rust deployment, and it's deploying. Kget pods, we can see that it's terminating the old one. So this, if you're looking at this, what's happening here was this was the old deployment. And you can see that it's now stopping that deployment, and it ran for about 6 minutes, and our new deployment is up and running. All right, so let's see what the environment variables are inside this. I hope that there's a shell. I hope there's a shell. If there's not, no, there is. We did a really fat container, didn't we? So we can do k exec, not that, exec dash it into this pod, bin bash probably. We can just do sh. Yeah. So we're in here, right? Right. Cool. This is our container that's running. So yeah. So now we could do echo 9,000. So our pod now has a environment variable based off of a config map. Now, this is not all that you can do. You can actually mount these config maps as files. Like I said, we could put a file as part of the data. So you could have a key and a value that is a file, and you can mount that as a file. We haven't talked about mounting volumes, and so we'll talk about that maybe the next Kubernetes class. Would you guys like to do that? Yeah, that would be a good one. So we'll do that next one, and we'll actually mount this config map. We'll mount a file into the container, and we'll do something with it. But yeah, that's it. Questions? On configuring Kubernetes? Well, configuring your app inside of Kubernetes. Don't get me started on configuring Kubernetes. All right. Well, no questions. Oh, let's continue the Kubernetes with a little recorded video. So we have a recorded debunking Kubernetes myths. There's this article. I haven't read it. I don't do reactions as general reactions, but if my community finds interesting articles that they'd like to discuss, I'd like to discuss them and have a conversation. I will turn the music off and we will record this for YouTube as a discussion, but feel free to have a discussion. Not only that, I do work ahead of time on the topic myself. So when I saw this, debunking common Kubernetes myths, I said, what are some of the myths that I think of? And I thought of 7 common myths that I see. And so I thought that I would talk about those first, and then we'll see. I didn't do an intro. I didn't do a marker. Oh, okay. Marker. Kate's myths. Start. Welcome. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and join us on Twitch if you have the time at Merrick Counts. Links will be in the description. Anyways, today we're talking about this article that we found is debunking common Kubernetes myths. And I wanted to talk about it because I think there's a lot of common Kubernetes myths. And I very quickly, in just about a half an hour of thinking, came up with 7 of my own myths. Let's talk about those first, and then let's jump into the article, see what myths they think, and let's see where we agree, disagree. Maybe we have completely separate lists. Who knows? Let's jump into it. The number 1 myth that I see is Kubernetes lets me scale. Now, I made a video last week. It hasn't been edited yet, so it hasn't been released. In Kubernetes doesn't let you scale. That's literally what it's done, is Kubernetes does not scale. So I obviously think strongly that this is a myth, and it's your app architecture is what lets you scale. If you're disagreeing with me, go watch the video on Kubernetes doesn't let me scale, because I I strongly believe it's your app's architecture. You can't let something like Kubernetes dictate whether you scale or not. All right. So that's kind of myth one, and we've kind of talked about it quite a bit already on this channel. This one, I don't know. I'm an idiot. All right. So really, when I said 7, I meant 6, but I meant 6. I meant 6. We'll just do 6. And we're 2 indexed. We're 2 indexed. You've heard of 0 index and 1 index. We're 2 indexing this because that's how we roll. All right. Is for small teams. I think there's caveats to this. If you're a small team of 20 people but are all Kubernetes experts, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. But I personally believe that it's not for small teams because the problem it solves, the problem Kubernetes solves is management of large, complicated deployments, which you should be avoiding if you're a small team. And more specifically, microservice architectures, because it's allowing to manage all of those separate teams. So I think that one myth is that, and one myth that gets pushed quite a bit is that it's not just for large teams. And I think that's a myth. There is no reason for a small company to leverage it. There's easier ways to provide the things that they need. And I love Kubernetes. I try to help people learn it, understand it, and do those types of things. A ton of my content on my main YouTube channel is for Kubernetes. It's where I even got started YouTubing. But I don't think it's the end-all be-all, and especially for small teams. The next thing, the third thing on the list, is provides multi-tenant isolation out of the box. Kubernetes doesn't really provide multi-tenant, hard or soft multi-tenant, out of the box. There's a lot of work that has to be done. Just because you run in Kubernetes and you run in a namespace doesn't mean that you have multi-tenant isolation at all. At all. There's a lot of work that still has to go into it if you want to make it even soft multi-tenant. If you guys don't understand what I mean by soft or hard multi-tenancy, let me write that really quickly. So like, and I'll say it as trusted multi-tenancy, trusted versus untrusted. So trusted multi-tenancy is like a large company that wants to split resources per team, wants to track how many resources team X is using. And untrusted multi-tenancy is actually a much more difficult challenge because this is wanting to have unknown users and trust that they can't access other unknown users. So untrusted individuals. This would be another really good example of the null cloud. We want unknown users to be able to leverage the same platform. Usually untrusted multi-tenancy has much stricter requirements and much higher standard than per team multi-tenancy. Generally per team, you can be a little bit more relaxed because they're all trusted. They're all inside. What you want to protect against is accidents. Always want to protect against accidents, as well as splitting up the resources. So anyways, that's it doesn't provide either of those out of the box. Solves my infrastructure problems. This is another video I probably need to do, but Kubernetes doesn't solve your infrastructure problems. If you're using IAC infrastructure as code, you're going to leverage IAC still when you adopt Kubernetes. It doesn't manage your hardware. It doesn't manage your infrastructure. It doesn't manage your cloud provider for you. This is a common myth that people don't understand. They think that because it gives them this common I'm going to say common execution layer. They think because it gives them a common execution layer that this is solving their infrastructure problems, and that's just not the case, sadly. I already released a Kubernetes versus Docker, so I won't go into this, but people have this myth that it's Kubernetes versus Docker when that's really just not true. Go watch my video on the null bytes. I recorded that last week and I hope you guys like it. And then the last one is Kubernetes makes your application highly available. I find so many times people think that just because they ran it in Kubernetes, all of a sudden it's highly available. But the truth is, if you wrote an application that runs on a node in Kubernetes, let's say this is the node, and this is your app, and let's say you have a Kubernetes cluster here, control plane somewhere, and let's say this app has state in it, so you can only have one running. It's no more highly available. If this goes down, it goes down, just like anything would. And so Kubernetes doesn't provide any natural high availability. What it does provide is some mechanisms to do some load balancing across multiple of the same one, but your application already has to be supporting that. And load balancers aren't something native to Kubernetes or, unique to Kubernetes. Those have been in the industry for a very long time. So your app is just as highly available in Kubernetes as it is in some other architecture. So those are my top 6 myths that I thought of. Do you guys know of a myth that really irritates you about Kubernetes that we should add to this list? If not, we can jump into this article. I'll give you guys just a second. Before we jump into debunking common Kubernetes myths. Now, I'll warn you, my English, it's very bad. Reading is rough. Okay. No myths? No myths? Anybody's got one? I was half expecting something a little spicy, like Kubernetes was the biggest virus ever created, or malware, but that. All right, let's jump into debugging common debunking, not debugging, debunking common Kubernetes myths. Kubernetes has risen to fame over the past couple of years, transforming from a geeky buzzword into a cornerstone of modern software. Yet, with its rise to fame, Kubernetes has also become shrouded in myths and misconceptions, which can often defer potential users. Kubernetes is only for large companies. Okay, this is not a myth. I need microservices you don't need microservices for Kubernetes. Kubernetes solves the microservice problem. I will argue this with whoever. Let's bring it. I've worked with Kubernetes for a long time. While most of these misconceptions can be said about, so I guess we are very disagreeing so far. So far, we are super disagreeing. While most of these misconceptions can be said about other container orchestrators, in this article, I focus on Kubernetes as it is the most popular and the first one that comes to mind when people think, nobody has these myths about Legion. I'm throwing that out there. Not one person has this myth about Legion. Mostly because they just learned about that right now. That being said, let's dive into the 5 most common misconceptions. So they only have 5. I had 6. All right. Kubernetes is only for large enterprises. Oh, I feel like I strongly disagree with this. Kubernetes is too complex and resource intensive for small, medium-sized businesses and only practical for large enterprise. Reality. Kubernetes is highly scalable and can be used by organizations of any size. It can be. I agree that it can be. With managed services like EKS, GKE, and AKS, so this is the Elastic Kubernetes services from AWS, this is GKE, the Google Kubernetes engine, and AKS is the Azure Kubernetes services. Even small teams can set up and manage Kubernetes clusters. These services take care of much of the heavy lifting, so smaller organizations can easily benefit from the features Kubernetes provides without needing a ton of infrastructure or a big DevOps team. I disagree. And the reason I disagree is what value does Kubernetes bring to your small team? The thing that I disagree with this is, while you can use it and EKS will provide it for you, and you don't have to manage the control plane, absolutely true. What value did you get as a small team? What did it enable you to do? What problem does it solve? This right here comes from, in my opinion, a misunderstanding of the problem Kubernetes solves. Kubernetes solves the problem of needing to manage and orchestrate hundreds of little tiny microservices. If you're a small team, do you have hundreds of tiny microservices? If you do, I would say that you've done it wrong. You shouldn't have done that as a small team. There's maybe my spicy take. For example, this takes advantage of the AWS infrastructure and managed services, making it simpler and more cost-effective to manage. It's simpler, yes. It's not more cost-effective. AWS charges you for the EC2 instances you were running on, whether they were running directly on the EC2 instance or in the Kubernetes. This actually adds a AWS Kubernetes managed service cost of $79 a month to your costs, plus the cost of the EC2 instances that you're running. You could have already done this, and when you make a load balancer with the Kubernetes, it makes an AWS ALB anyhow, which means you didn't save any on the load balancer either, which means that all you've done is added $79 of cost, when if all you needed was 2 EC2 instances to run your applications, which probably would run most applications, and a load balancer, this isn't true. It's cost you. Kubernetes replaces Docker. Okay, yeah. I agree with this one. I agree with this. I made a video last week. Kubernetes versus Docker. Go watch that video. I agree. Kubernetes and Docker serve different yet complementary purposes. 100% Docker is a platform for containerizing applications, while Kubernetes is an orchestration system for managing those containers across multiple hosts and servers. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Kubernetes manages everything automatically. Absolutely. I said something like this. I implied it. I implied something like this. It doesn't manage everything automatically. Reality too, and this is why it's not good for small teams. If it did manage everything, maybe it would be good for small teams, but it doesn't. Kubernetes take care of many tasks like container deployment. No. Scaling, no. Failover, maybe. But it still needs proper setup and ongoing management. Absolutely. It doesn't take care of scaling. This is one of my misconceptions. Kubernetes does not take care of your scaling for you. Nope. You'll have to configure things like network policies, resource limits, and storage. Plus, keep an eye on the cluster with regular monitoring and update is critical for its health and security. This is why it doesn't bring value to small teams. It brings a lot of overhead. Even with the managed services, it requires you to conform to a certain way of deploying, and it doesn't bring anything that you need. So that's why I think it's a misconception for small teams to leverage it. Oh no. All right, if you wrote this article and watching this, please contact me. I'd love to talk to you, because I do think that we look at this from very different opinions on this. Kubernetes is only for microservices. It's not only for microservices. You can run anything you want in it. The problem Kubernetes solves well is the problem of large organizations that have a bunch of different services running, whether they're microservices, monoservices, or whatnot. It doesn't really matter. The idea is most people get into that problem when they start breaking their teams up to make it easier to manage, which is when they start using microservices. And that's when Kubernetes really shines. While Kubernetes excels at managing microservices, so we agree with that. It is equally capable of handling monolithic applications. Sure, it's capable of it. Absolutely. I agree with this. I'm not saying that it can't run those things. it just doesn't solve that problem well. Like it's fine. But then my question is, why are you using Kubernetes? Kubernetes provides features like horizontal pod autoscaling, which can be utilized by both microservices and monolithic applications. HPA allows applications to scale based on the load automatically, although it's fairly not good and you usually have to do it yourself, ensuring your application will not crash under high pressure. So I generally monolithic applications don't scale horizontally, but if they do, then this is true and fine. Also, horizontal pod auto scaling requires a bunch of work from you. Also, a lot of times with like stateful things like databases, you can't actually leverage that because you have to scale on different metrics and whatnot. I've never actually successfully scaled a database with an HPA, but yeah. Kubernetes is too complex to learn and implement. Kubernetes is too complicated for individuals and small teams to learn and implement. While Kubernetes does have a steep learning curve, they just contradicted each other. There are numerous tools, tutorials, and resources available to simplify the learning and implementation process. You know what? One of the best resources out there? One of the best resources out there. I'm teasing. There we go. There we go. This is actually not a. There we go. Best learning content out there. This is true, but this doesn't combat the. These aren't related. Kubernetes is too complex to learn. Saying that there's a lot of really great content out there doesn't make it not too complicated. Like, this doesn't prove that this is a myth. All that he actually says is that there is a steep learning curve. So it is really complicated. Now, it's obviously not too complicated to learn. People learn it all the time, and that's what I like helping with. But it is really complicated, and this is why I don't think it's good for small teams. When you're a small team that wants to do something, you want to get something done and ship it. You want to prove that you can do a thing. Wait to scale your team until you've scaled your team. Wait to solve that problem until it's a problem. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I agreed with a few of these. This one absolutely doesn't. Doesn't manage everything for you. And I agreed with one other one. Oh, yeah. Kubernetes versus Docker. 100%. Thank you. If you're watching this on YouTube, join us live. If you're on Twitch, let's continue on. Let's continue on. We have more stuff to do. All right. That's debunking common. So if you guys do have an article that you think would be fun to cover and go over like this, let me know. I really would encourage you guys to talk during them and have questions, because I would love to like draw stuff up and have deeper conversations on any of these points. So please feel free to comment and whatnot during them. Yeah. All right. One that was asked of me yesterday, so I drew this up really quickly, is why I don't like infrastructure as code. So welcome. If you're watching this on YouTube, let me put a marker before I do the intro. Marker! Why I don't like IAC. Let me update my I didn't update my titles. All right. So I think this one is going to get some people hitting that unfollow button. This one's going to get some people hitting that unfollow button. Sometimes the truth is hard. Sometimes the truth is hard. And maybe I need to make a main channel video on this. But do you know when... Let me do my intro. Welcome. If you're watching this on YouTube, join us on Twitch. We do these things live, and we have live conversations that I encourage about them. So today, I wanted to talk about why I don't like infrastructure as code. I've said this on stream, and people have asked me many of times why I would say that. And to be clear, I'll say this at the very beginning of this, before a lot of people unfollow, that I think infrastructure as code solved a problem. We had a problem with infrastructure, and we'll get into what the problem was, and it was good enough. And so we stopped. We stagnated when we could be actually improving what we have. And that's what I'd like to encourage us to think. What's the next step for infrastructure as code? So let's get into it. What problem does infrastructure as code solve? Managing infrastructure and resource management, right? So we kind of got this problem when we moved from bare metal. So are there better ways to solve the problem? That's what I want to ask you throughout this whole thing. And why do we have this problem? Let's talk about why we are where we are at. So what made the problem? Well, the problem was that when we had bare metal, we kind of had the infrastructure that we had. We bought our machines 3-6 years in advance, 12 months in advance, and 3-6 or 12 months in advance. And we had to buy that, and that was the infrastructure that we had, and our stuff ran on it. There was not really a need for infrastructure as code because the infrastructure was what we bought. That's kind of what it was. But it kind of evolved. One, data centers got bigger. We didn't have 5 servers. We had 20 servers. And then we made the cloud, and the cloud compounded this problem. No longer did you think about it as how many servers do I have, but you had services, you had infrastructure, you had a bunch of different things in those clouds. Now, I'm not going to say that it's just a problem involving just the clouds, but it is a problem that the clouds made worse. A problem the clouds made worse. And what I want to ask is, are there other ways to solve this problem? So the problem became that you had a bunch of things that you had to manage. So you have your infrastructure as code, and you have your cloud that sits out here. We're just going to pick on AWS for example, but this doesn't matter. You pick your cloud and you have the same problem. In here, let's say that we want to use AMP, which is the Amazon Managed Prometheus. Amazon Managed Prometheus. You have... So we're just going to make a fake application really quickly here. For example, let's say you wanted to have some DB, Postgres. You have some DB using their database service. You have your application. Let's say you have an EKS cluster. So you have your EKS cluster, which your application will run on. So let's make this a little bit bigger. This is real simple. And you're going to manage this multiple ways. So EKS cluster is going to be white. It's going to be your infrastructure as code. But then the thing that's inside of it, we'll say it's going to be managed by Argo CD. So we're going to make this Argo CD, and we're going to make this green because we like it. Green. And this is your app. And we'll make this something else. Who knows? Whatever. You're running it in EKS. All right. And for example, we're going to say our infrastructure as code is Terraform, but it could be anything at all. If you're on AWS, you could use AWS CloudFormation templates. If you're on GCP, you could use their Google Cloud Run. You could use Azure has their DevOps stuff. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Maybe it's called Azure DevOps, maybe actually. You could use infrastructure as code, Terraform. You could use OpenTofu. You could use Pulumi. Don't care. I'm grouping them all in the same. It's not that I don't like one of them. I don't like all of them. So now I'm never getting hired by Pulumi. Whatever. So this is, we probably want some events going on through here. So we can either do manage Kafka or their Kinesis, and whatnot. So what you get is what we have right here. It's a pretty simple application. And what we've done is we've encoded the state of our application in code, which is really cool. It solves a problem. So what is that problem? Well, without these things, I could go in and I could stand up all of these things. I could stand up all of these things manually. I could do it manually. But this has two problems. What if I get hit by a bus? Does anybody else know how to configure all these things? Let's assume that we don't ever have to deploy them again. Does anybody else know how to deploy all this stuff, all the pieces, how to configure them all together? That's actually a big problem, is all that configuration and having somebody else do it. So infrastructure solves this problem really well. It codifies our deployment, which means we can check this into Git, which means we can have versions, which means we can do all those types of things, both Argo CD and your classic infrastructures as code. This is like one of their core selling features, is that it allows you to codify your deployment files. Amazing. Again, gives you repeatability, gives you all of those types of things. So you're kind of sitting here and you're like, wow, Merrick is actually, singing the praises of infrastructure as code. And if you're talking about the dark ages 5-10 years ago, absolutely. It's way better than what we had or didn't have. Let's talk about Elastic Bean Search or Elastic Beanstalk. Oh my goodness. Way better. But this right here, these two things right here are probably more code than your application is. Think about that. The other problem that I have, you want to do this for GCP? You kind of have to write your own ones for that cloud. There's some cross-cloud stuff, but it generally ends up you having your own separate deployments for each of those clouds. So, this would be GKE, and we could go through and map all of those for GCP. But it's even worse. Everything that you did here is super standard. Super standard. You didn't do anything amazing or anything. And in fact, when you go to your next job, you'll do it all over again, almost the exact same thing. The names will be different in your Terraform, but how you configure these things will be 90% the same. And so we, as an industry, have standardized re-implementing the wheel with every single project with infrastructure as code. So what I would love to see happen. Now, I don't come here and tell you that, we can talk about the root cause. and I wrote some funny things. With great power comes great responsibility. They gave us the ability to arbitrarily via code stand up infrastructure, and it's awesome and amazing. We have this power, but I'm not sitting here telling you that I have the answer. But what I would like to see happen is us to codify these things in a way that they can be leveraged and reused over and over again. My biggest problem with infrastructure as a code today is it's not made reusable. It's not made reusable. And so that means you start from ground zero when you start again. Now you might say, oh, well, my team has some reusable Terraform things. Sure, your team does. But why hasn't the industry said, hey, this is how you run this thing and this is codified? Shouldn't that be where we're going? Instead of teams needing to recreate those usable bits? Where is the open source project that does that? Maybe it's an open source Terraform project. I don't know. But the problem with Terraform is I don't think it really lends itself well to being used in that way. Yeah, Terraform or any of these, really. Having these common shared modules, and I mean shared as in like open source, that allows you to do these things. And if you're going to say companies need to agree to a standard, my answer will be absolutely yes. But they do this all the time. Kubernetes is a standard, right? Now, you could use Nomad, but Kubernetes is a way of doing this. Terraform is a standard. I mean, like, you don't have to use Terraform. You're absolutely correct in that. But we could make a tool that companies could adopt that could do something like that. And I would actually like to take it a step further because I would like this tool to not just stand up the infrastructure. So, if we're talking about the failings of these things, Terraform, Pulumi, and I'm sorry if I misspelled Pulumi, I'd have to look it up. All of these things kind of do a one-shot thing, and you can have Terraform kind of monitor and whatnot, but what I really like to do is kind of take the Kubernetes operator approach, where not only do we codify the infra, but we also codify the operation of things. Now look where we're at. You want a Postgres database? Go deploy a Postgres database. And you have codified operations from people who know Postgres. This doesn't mean that you don't have to know Postgres at all or how to debug the system. Sure, I get it that all of these things add that type of thing. But this is where I would like to see it going instead of where it is today. Ilg. That's a good point. But not quite. You'd have to agree that Ansible did a good job at it. Yeah, we could get into Ansible specifically. And Ansible's kind of rough on the infrastructure management. Not so bad on like the application configuration and whatnot. So it has some pieces. There's good pieces in all of these. There are good pieces in all of these that I have found and I have appreciated. Argo CD, where you define your state and there's an engine that takes care of it and deploys it. I love that, but it doesn't really do infrastructure, and there's also limited shareability of like massive YAML files. So there's some good and some bad. Right. Elg. That's what I'm sorry if that's not how you pronounce it. Elg. Anyways, you're absolutely right. That's why you then combine Pulumi, Terraform with Ansible, with Argo CD, with EKS. But that's the state that we're in. That's our infrastructure as code. And I refuse to think that that's as good as it can get, right? Now, maybe I'm wrong. And like I said, I don't come to this with a solid answer. Some of that's what we're experimenting with the null cloud. One of the things I want with the null cloud, which I did actually do a little thing on, was one thing that I wanted to do. I made this demo of like what you have to do with, this is actually my Twitch alert. So if you hit follow or subscribe, I have my own Twitch alerts. And if I deployed this on AWS, this is what it would look like. And the idea here is that red is something that you own, you manage, you configure, and you run. Orange is something that you manage and configure, but running is by the provider. And green is nothing to do with you, it's just provided for you. And if you look at AWS, in this, we have an SMS simple message queue that's managed by us, but run by AWS. Their RDS is run by them, but again, configured and managed by us. So we have to have Terraform for this. We have to have Terraform for our AMP, the managed Prometheus, and we have to have Terraform for our AWS CloudWatch logs. And then these things are owned and deployed by us as well. So these are all the applications that make up my Twitch alerts. And what we're trying to do with the null cloud is do all of these things in a way like I'm talking about, where they're either automatic if we can do it. So green is not managed or configured by you and just done by you by the fact that your application needs it. Now, do I think that I can do this? I think I can. Will I be able to? I don't know. That's kind of the challenge of it. It's kind of the fun part of it. I want you to be able to write your Twitch listener, and I don't want you to worry about scaling it. If it's a stateless service, I want it to be able to just scale automatically for you based off of whatever metric you pick or set of metrics. That's what I'd like you to be able to do. I'd like it to be able to scale up and down, whichever you'd prefer. It shouldn't actually matter to you. I would like for you to be able to use a Kafka message or NATS or some message queue without configuring it. Why do you need to configure it if your applications just want to use it? That's the idea. So I also disagree that Kubernetes fixed infrastructure as code because of this problem right here. Kubernetes is this chunk, and your infrastructure as code. First, who manages Kubernetes? Probably not Kubernetes. You can do it. There's projects out there that you can do that. That's getting way complicated in your Kubernetes thing. If you want to have a Kubernetes cluster manage your Kubernetes clusters, 100% you can do it. We can talk about the projects out there that we can do it with. But oh my goodness, do you have a big team? Because that's going to be work. That's even worse than this. But then Kubernetes also can't manage these things. So unless if you're going to deploy all your own stuff and not use anything in AWS, then you have to use infrastructure as code for more. So I also don't agree that Kubernetes solved that. Now, obviously, I'm happy for you guys to disagree with me. And when I disagree with you, I'm not making fun of the statement or anything. I'm just giving you my purview on the topic. I also am notoriously wrong. You can ask Dirk. He argues with me all the time about how I'm wrong. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I'm not. I'm wrong a lot. Anyways, if you're on YouTube, thanks for watching. That's my thoughts on IIC. I want to see something better. I think that we can do better. And I almost feel like our current IIC is good enough. We've used it as a crutch. You know, we can use Terraform with Ansible, with Argo CD, and get something that's pretty awesome. But we have a pretty complicated system just for our deployment at that point. And I like a simpler deployment. I'm all about simple. Honestly, I have, the older I've gotten, I'm like, I just want it to be simple, so it just works. I've gotten too complicated for myself. All right. That's enough of that. Those were all of the things that I had to talk about today. Cool. So let me know if there's an article. Join the Discord. Throw it on there. We'll get it locked in here. If you guys are new, there's the Discord that you can join. Your setup is a Go server that interacts with the Terraform CLI. Ooh, okay. But again, a lot of custom, and how much of your Terraform is shared by somebody else? Like somebody that's not in your company? Is there a common... but that's the thing. And if you did want to use it, you don't use something like Helm, where there's like a common repository. So if you want a load balancer, you might copy and paste somebody else's load balancer, but now you have that code that you own and that you have to update, because maybe now there's an update to how you manage load balancers and they update their example. But now you have to go, everybody that used that example would have to know that it changed and would have to go and merge it with their code. There's no good way to share. Yeah. This is, anyways, like I said, if you were watching on YouTube, I hope you liked it. I think that we can do better. I think that, from where we were, IAC is amazing. To have that version control and all those types of things. I just think that we've stalled. We think that this is the end game. And really, it's just the beginning of what we can do. If you don't like Kubernetes, let me introduce you to a project. Oh, wow. Legion. If you don't like Kubernetes, there's better. It doesn't work right now, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, people from YouTube. Wait. Hey, bro, can you explain ICA from YouTube? We were talking about IAC, infrastructure as code. What's the ICA? I don't know what this is. So probably no. You might be able to explain it to me. The independent computing architecture. Oh. Citrix. I now know why I don't know it very well. No, I can't. I cannot. What's the use if it doesn't work? What are you saying? Oh, what's the use of Legion? Well, we're working on it. That's the use. Actually, right now it does run a container, but I need to, there's a couple questions that we have to solve with Legion. Before I can start coding more on it. So there's a couple questions that need solved. So one is our execution layer. So if we have a node, what is going to be our target execution? You know, in Kubernetes, this is a container. In Kubernetes. In Legion, originally, this was going to be... this Aurora GitHub. One second. Why can't I ever find this stupid repository? I think I'm spelling it wrong. It's not Aurora, it's Aura, right? It's Aura. It's like that, right? So anyways, Chris Nova did pass away, unfortunately. And I've been watching the project every once in a while because I actually have to go and find the repository. And it seems like the project is here we go. I don't know that it's dead, but it seems like the project is dying. So yeah, February 3rd, 2023. I guess it did get an update to the workflow last week, but the activity on the repository is diminished by far. So I don't know. You know, yeah, it goes months without getting touched. So originally it was going to be that. It was going to be this. I'm going to actually put this in there so I can remember how it's there we go. It was going to be this Aura runtime. And not containers. When will we be Go Code stream? Monday will be a Go Code stream. Monday. I actually haven't been working on the null cloud because it's in Go, and people complain a lot when I write Go, and I got tired of dealing with that, so I stopped writing it on stream for a while because it's not fun for me. So you know, I do this in my spare time, so it's not fun for me to deal with that. So I haven't been writing much Go on stream. But I know you could say me do me, but like it's also then not fun. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing me and avoiding things that are not fun. there you go. So anyways, you do you. If you like to not avoid things that are not fun, you go for it. you go for it. So that's kind of one of the reasons it's stalled a little bit, because I only have so much time, and so a lot of that time is only time that I have while on stream to push it forward. Because if I'm working on my personal projects, I like to work on them on stream so you guys get to see them. Anyways, so that's yeah. Anyways. Let's talk about Legion. One of the things, so we have to find how we're going to run stuff on the node. So Aura was a possibility. We could do Wasm. And we can do we're doing that experiment Monday. Monday, we're going to try to use Wasm in the null cloud, which is mostly written in Go. There's a little bit of Rust, but mostly written in Go. So we could try to make Legion use Wasm as the runtime. The idea and what made Aura pretty cool was that it was going to allow you to do it in multiple different ways. So Aura was going to allow you to run sandbox things in containers or virtual machines or just processes on a machine. Now, it was going to do more than that, but I didn't need it for more than that. So the other thing is that we could do like a lightweight Aura. We could take some of the good things and make our own runtime. I was trying to avoid making our own runtime. The other idea that maybe we do is we make this a plugin interface. And basically allow you, what we could do is we could make an OCI plugin that would run it in containers. So no different than Kubernetes. But you could make a Wasm plugin, or maybe we start with the Wasm plugin. And then we could make other plugins as runtimes evolved and whatnot. Yeah. Anyways, this is probably some of the path we go down for Legion. Legion has some really cool concepts I think are cool. I hate Kubernetes has this idea of control planes. So you have a control plane over here, and it has a bunch of nodes that do nothing but control plane stuff. And Legion doesn't have this. There's no control plane. It uses promise theory for scheduling. And it tries to do one thing and do one thing well, and allows you to do the other things through plugins and whatnot. So I think it's an interesting concept. We'll see how well it works. No, Legion doesn't do, I mean, it might compete with Kubernetes, but my hope and goal is that Legion runs on one machine just as well as it does on 10,000 machines. That's the idea. Instead of needing this control plane and this control plane running and then tainting nodes and whatnot, you can install Legion on one node and then scale it to 1,000 nodes and the architecture not change. Because if you do that with Kubernetes, what happens is you have this one node, and it's a control plane and a worker. And then as you scale out, actually, let's do this. This is you add a second node, and you're like, this is just a worker, and you don't want to add this to a control plane because you don't want two control plane nodes, because two control plane nodes is actually worse than one control plane node. And so then time progresses, and you're like, well, let's add a third node because that's how I'm scaling. And now you kind of want all of these to be these nodes. So now you have to go back through and make that one node a control plane node. And now you're a little bit more highly resilient. But now you add a fourth node. Now, is this a worker node? And if this is a worker node, should we remove worker from all of these? And if we do that, now we actually need to make 3 of these to handle all the load that we are. And now we can go back through, and now you notice how scaling this from 1 to 0 is rough. Now, once we get to a certain size, it gets even worse. Once we get to a certain size, let's put, this is not the size, but once you get to this size, now you need to actually split the control plane to handle this size. You need to split the control plane into the control plane nodes and the etcd nodes. So you need etcd node. Actually, we'll just delete these and now you need to do this. And then once you hit another again, how you manage Kubernetes mutates with the size of Kubernetes. It's stupid architecture. I don't like it. It's not stupid. A lot of really brilliant people that are much smarter than me made the architecture. I, for some reason, because of my stupidity, think I can do better. There you go. Basically, Legion will have no control plane. It doesn't have a use for it. It will be headless. That will be exciting. It has its own problems, and maybe they're bad problems, but we're going to learn as we do this. So yeah. All right. Monday, we do Wasm. It'll be some Go code. It'll be some null cloud code and some Wasm. Maybe this is a good first citizen of Legion that will unblock me there. Please review my Go project. I don't know if you want me to review your Go project. That was stupid of me. I'm assuming it's GitHub. Organize the files according to their file types, clean up old files. Okay, so this is like this is not something I would use. Like it wouldn't do anything for my command line stuff. This is for like Mac OS, who has a terrible file management. Is Legion like Nomad? Yeah, I mean, Legion and Nomad and Kubernetes kind of all solve the same problem, or try to solve the same problem. What I like to do is, if I could do anything and I could get paid to do it, what I would do is make an open source data center piece of software. It's something we don't have. And that's what I'd like the null cloud to be. And what I mean by that is something you can install in your data center and give your developers like their own private cloud. We don't have that. Now, there is one project. I know that people are going to bring this up. There is one project out there. There is OpenStack, which is this. Yes. But I don't like OpenStack. One of it is the complexity. If you think Kubernetes is complicated, OpenStack is worse. So the idea of the null cloud is to build all of these pieces. So the Legion is going to be the execution layer, and then there's going to be the application layer and networking layer on top of that. And so you're going to be able to use whatever layer you want. If you just want Legion, that's fine. If you want Legion and the application layer, that's also fine. And you're going to be able to mix and match, kind of, is kind of the hope, but also simple. The whole idea is that running Legion on a new computer should be a single command. It should be like Legion up and like assert to connect with. That should be it. And you should have a new node. It should configure itself. You shouldn't have all the complexity. Did I delete all the... You shouldn't have all the scaling complexity of Kubernetes or the management or any of that type of stuff. The idea is that you don't do those things. It's just Legion up. How are you guys doing on YouTube? All right. I've been asked to review this. Do you guys want to review this Go code? I don't usually do this on stream. I have done some PRs. If you guys like, I can do it. All right. You're learning Go. I'm going to be super basic here. So let's talk about Golang project structures. There's actually the standard Go project layout. Here we go. Go read this. The first thing that I see in this is that you don't follow Golang standard project layout. So again, just trying to be as helpful as possible, looking at this from the eyes of a person that's looked at too many Golang things. So there's good and bads. You don't have to follow this perfectly, but this is a really good starting point. And if you're wanting to write an open source project in Go, you should at least follow some of it. So go check out the project layout. This is a really good thing to follow. So yeah, go. There's a lot to read there. But yeah, so let's do that. I'm not actually talking about the project. I don't care about the project. Like I said, I use the command line, so that doesn't really help me. It doesn't really help me. But that's fine. So the project structure is a little funky. That's fine. Go read this, and that will help you. So we'll go to organizer.go. This is what you started with. Looks good. Imports are good. Function organizer. Where's your main function? All right. Let's see. What's clean old? What is... Okay. Okay, one second. Let me click around a little. Let me go back to the README. Cleaning old files. Okay, so you made... All right. So another thing that would make this maybe a little bit easier is a project called Cobra. Go Cobra. If you're wanting to make a CLI, this is a really good project to make a CLI. Again, I'm not trying to be super nitpicky. I'm not trying to be mean. You asked for help. You said you're learning Go. This is me trying to help. Cobra is a fantastic way in Go to make a command line app. I would say it's the standard. It's probably the standard for command line apps. It's what kubectl and the likes use. So if you're wanting to leverage something, Cobra is pretty fantastic. On top of that, this guy also makes Viper. Viper you can use with Cobra to handle flags. So using those two together works really well because, obviously they're made by the same person. Okay, so those are the two big things that I would say out of this is make it a real CLI. There's not a whole lot of code to go over here. We can look at the organizer code. You really just have one thing that it does.
This looks like a fine way of learning a language, so I like it. You found something that you wanted to do and you went out and did it. That's a great way to start learning a language, like a real project that does a real thing. So this is fine. It's all in one line. You have this check error. Okay, so this check error is a little bit weird. I probably wouldn't do this because all this does is actually logs error. So I would probably name this log error, because the thing that's weird about this is this could be an error and you're going to continue on. So just know that if this errors out, you're going to continue on. Probably not what you want to do. If this errors, you probably want to do something. You want to probably have branching logic here. So something I'd be a little cognizant of in this is this seems like a foot gun that's about to shoot you in the foot. Is you use this check error and you don't actually escape. You also have this return, which is completely useless. I mean, it's fine. It's not hurting anything, but it would have returned here anyways, because this is the end of the function. It's not returning from here. It's not returning from here. It's just returning from this function early, but not really early because this is the end of the function. So you could just delete it. That's probably nitpicky, but you asked me to review. I'm reviewing. Other than that, this is all going fine. You did some logging, but you're not actually using the logger that you... Wait, where did you set up the logger? Okay, so here we have our standard log, but this is just printing. I guess maybe that's what you wanted. You got the styles. Okay, so maybe this is what you wanted. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, all of this looks fine. All of this looks fine. Other than those, make sure that you're actually branching with your error logic. You almost never want to not branch with error logic. I mean, there's obviously cases, but those are few and far between. If you're wanting to make a database with any language, there is a fantastic YouTube series on this that you should go and check out. So Null Labs is where I make my long form database, my long form content, and there is this playlist about how to build a database. So we've gone through a bunch of different things. This is the first one. You know, I actually have a video to do. So if you're wanting to build a database in Golang, this one's built in Rust, but I break it down for anyone. So if you're wanting to build a database, you're wanting to understand how databases work, this is how you do that. I could live react to my own video. Have my videos gotten better or worse? I don't know.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Null channel.
I did rename to Null Labs.
Just a little bit different. I know I do a lot of stuff on not only this, if the new data is not the exact same size, it might not even be possible to write the new data in the same place on the drive anyhow.
I actually like these animations. I need to do these animations more often.
Then only half of the data has been persisted to disk due to a power failure or something like this. Later on, we can look at what it means to implement a document or graph API. They are all just built on top of your data storage engine.
What made your name your channel Null? Well, I really like Null. I think that everything that we experience is a learning experience. And I think that Null is a fantastic learning experience, right? So, and maybe the biggest one ever, right? So what do we do as software engineers? We write software. Well, one of the biggest learning things is the ability to tell if our code is accurate. And null is one of those things that throws a screwdriver into that. It just throws a wrench. That's the saying. Throws a wrench into that. It's probably one of the biggest offenders of knowing whether your code does what you want it to do and if it will consistently do what you want to do. So I think the big learning, and I actually need to make a video about this, but the big learning is this idea of like the ability to fail fast. The ability to fail fast. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we jump over here to our front end code that not what I meant to do, that we've been working on over here, and we go in here and not at all quit. If we go in here and jump into the lib and we do this, let's do this. You don't have to fully understand this, but let's not clone this. All right, we get a borrow after moved. And the reason we get borrowed after moved, we got a fail fast. This is effectively a null pointer issue in another language. Now, there aren't null pointers in here, and the borrow engine, the borrowing is a thing that helps prevent us from that. But that is the basic thing here. And Rust, one of the reasons I love it, is that it allows us to fail really fast on those types of bugs and issues. And it has said, hey, instead of this undefined behavior, which undefined behavior, when you get into a running application that you cannot validate ahead of time, which null things are the classic use of that, that is like the crux of not being able to fail fast. And failing fast allows us to know we didn't have to run this, did we? We haven't had to run anything. We know our code is wrong right now. Now, in C++ or C or a lot of those other languages, we would actually have to run this and we'd have to get this error. We'd have to actually have a test case or something that runs this piece of code, and we'd have to have it run all permutations of this piece of code. Because what if this was accessing a file, and maybe the file's on my machine, but it's not on your machine? Now we haven't actually tested every permutation. It's basically impossible to ensure. So why null? Is because this is the biggest learning lesson that we can take as software engineers moving forward. There's a lot of lessons we can learn. To me, this was one of the biggest and most profound lessons out there. So, hey, Scott B, how are you doing? So that's why I picked null for my channel, because I think this single little word has profound educational and learning to it for us as software engineers. Maybe I should make a video on it. I could expand on it a little bit more. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. But yeah. Peach, how are you doing? Oh, we were CSSing. All right. Let me update my titles. Rust. Yeah, we'll just do a little bit more of this. We're going well. That was all of the content that I had. How's everyone doing today? As a matter of fact, you just watched a video about, oh, what video? What video? I'm a little bit of a I'm not full sale here, but I'm a little bit of a functional programmer person when it comes to that. One thing that when I learned to write Haskell 6 or 7 years ago, one of the things that I liked was being able to tell if my application was correct way more than any other application I had ever written before. Rust also provides that, and I think that's a big lesson we can learn from Null. Do I know a person named Zoran? No. Zoran? Zoran? I do not. Ah, immutable is good. Yeah. Got 5 minutes to explain null pointer safety to me? No, Gray Hatter. No, you're not baiting me on that. Also, don't unwrap. There's an easy one. There's an easy one. All right, cargo run. Okay, so we were working on a little CSS. That's what we were doing. 8080, was it 8080? Yeah, it was. Sweet. All right. Now what we were trying to do. Oh, that's right. I was failing hard on this. I was skill issuing hard on this. Let's wait till it's out. Let's pause it. There we go. All right. We were styling. So this was not working properly. This is not working properly, and I'm not sure why. Oh, okay. So this is interesting. Why is this from? Dark Reader on localhost. You Dark Reader. Oh, Flashbang too. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Yep. We got it. All right. Okay, so Dark Reader was doing the one. Okay, I was wondering why it was okay. Don't do that. That's the wrong URL, right? Right. Yeah. Where was that set? Is that in index here? Yeah. No. That was in our styles. That is in our alert. It's assets, right? That was our problem. Well, maybe that wasn't our problem. Maybe that wasn't our problem. Oh, you know what? We're going to have to hard refresh. I forgot. I forgot that without a hard refresh, not what I meant to do. It won't get the new CSS. Ooh, it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Okay, it's right now. But I'm not seeing an image. I'm not seeing an image. Why am I not seeing an image? Why is this not epic? This is supposed to be epic. And an image. It's assets, image, background. Assets, image, background. Yeah, we're in the right place. Oh, how am I supposed to load an image with this, right? Because I see. Because are we're gonna have to do like this isn't gonna load, right? No, it should be loading from the right place because it should look at the local file server, right? So this should be fine. Right? Because yeah, if you look at this, it's taking us to this. Yeah. Hmm. Why do I not see the image here on localhost? Why do I not see it now? Oh, wait. This is, oh, wait. Oh. I don't think this is actually serving the image. Do I need to link it somehow? In like, do I need to link it in like the HTML? I mean, we just used the audio like this, right? The audio is the assets sound, which worked. That's interesting because it's also not showing the sound, right? So if we go to this, But it is playing the sound at this point, right? I don't know what's going on here. Let's oh, you know what? Maybe it doesn't have it because the server's not running anymore. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah. There is. Okay. So this is there. And without the server running, okay, it's not actually serving those things. Okay. It's a little worried. It is annoying to have this run, though. So this is asset sound dial-up wave. Let me Google this. Okay, I gotta stop this. We gotta stop this madness. Actually, I just gotta turn the HTMX server off. Ooh, okay, better. Is this not going to work as a CSS bit? I can try this. Yeah. Let me try this. Sorry, I think I'm breathing into the microphone a little. I was hearing that. Are you guys hearing that? I shouldn't be doing that. That was obnoxious. All right, this is where we want to be. We're just going to do something like this. We'll do, what will we do? We'll do this. That. This. This. That. Maybe. Oh, wait. This is wrong. This is wrong. All right. Run that. Did not load, but it was a thing, right? Okay, it was a thing. Okay, and we were able to fetch it. We didn't display it. We didn't actually display it. Can I just take out all this other stuff? Can I just do this? I don't know. I do not know. Nice. Okay. So we're unable to serve this through HTML or through CSS. I don't love that because that was, I want to be writing on it. And I feel like I could do that with this, like write up on it. But it would be easier if it was just the div, right? With the CSS. So let's try to fix the CSS. My other thought was, do I need to, instead of doing this feels really dumb to me, but do I need to do I feel like I need to do this, but I feel like there's a way to do it without this. And I need to do the file loader or something. Like I need to do, yeah. I feel like I'm doing it wrong, but let me cook. Let me cook and tell me how to do it correctly. Please. Please tell me how to do it correctly. Oh, wait. I need a hard refresh. Hard refresh. Did it. So we need to do this differently. Okay. We need to do this differently, but we can get rid of this again. Done. Let's Google that. I have no idea. I want to keep that up. How to load file in CSS. How to reference file in CSS. No, how to load image in CSS. I got the URL. Replace the path with the image URL with the site. But this doesn't work. I feel like I should just be able to do this. Did I have like a / Is that why? Was it like not a relative path? Maybe I just screwed up. I mean, obviously I screwed up somewhere. But maybe I did like a really simple screw up. No. Nope. Yeah, that does not work for me. That doesn't work for me. Wait. Where does URL run from? Where does it run from? I have an idea. Yeah, if this is running from it. Oh, am I such an idiot? Sometimes people. Sometimes I hate myself, you know? Sometimes I just have to fail hard once or twice. It was a relative path. I was doing it right the whole time. Minus, I just didn't think about where the relative started. I was not thinking about where the relative started. Oh my goodness. Okay, well we can start messing around here. A little CSSing. I can turn a little bit of music back on. All right. Now we're cooking. Do we just want to hard code this like to like 15 or 150 or something? That obviously is not a good. Pixels. Okay, maybe 250. 250. Maybe 300. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Looking good. Looking good. You know what? I've been sitting for a little while. I need to run up and get a drink of water anyhow because I've been talking. So I'm gonna run up, grab a drink of water. I'll be back in like a minute and a half. I'm gonna stretch it just a little. I'm gonna be back in 3 minutes. So I'm gonna do some ads. I know we just watched ads and I'm super sorry, but I was just thinking about it and like I need to stand up. So I'm gonna go stand up for 3 minutes. I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Thanks for just tuning in. I'll see you guys in just a second. Oh, welcome back. I forgot to unmute it. I know this isn't like reactive, but it's kind of not designed to be either. So no, Dane, you're right. I was muted. %100% muted. So yeah, I know that this isn't the exact right way to do things, but I think it'll be fine. Okay, so we have two things here. We need the message, which is going to go in here, and then like what and who down here. Or maybe who should go up in this head thing, and then what is down here. Let's try that. So we need three things. We need three things. Yeah. Okay, this is gonna be fun. I don't know why I typed Rust. I just was thinking Rust. Ew, this needs broken out, for sure. This is gonna get gross. Let's see how we did it over here. So if we jump into the WASM, we solved this somehow in here. I just wanted to see how. I think it was at the bottom. Nope. Close. All right. We just did it right in here. Oh gosh. Okay, yeah, let's make a function to do this. This is already getting out of hand. Do we have like an HTMX? Let's just dump it in here. What should we name this? Get display HTML. Actually, let's not do string. There we go. Let's go up here. Mod HTMX. Done. All right. Where does HTML come from? That comes from mod. There we go. We'll take that. Jump back over here. Thank you so much for the follow. It's good to see you here. How are you doing today? And welcome with your custom message. We're working on that system right now, making it better. Making it better, just a little bit better. Okay, let's see. Mod. Okay, we should have markup in HTML now. We don't. Let's see if there's a code action to include this. Import mod markup. Nice. Docutype. We don't need that. We don't need that either. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's do this. We had this whole thing. Ooh. Do we do this or do we do, you know what I'm thinking? We do something like this. What are we going to do? I was going to think we do something like get. You know what? We're just going to do it all in line first, and then we're going to break it up. So let's put this in there. Let's put this in there. Let's go that way. All right. But this is obviously, we don't need this or this. So now we are just matching on a payload. Should this be at match? I think it is supposed to be at match since we're inside of this. Yeah. Now this is where, do we make a sub functions for each one of these? I think that's the case. I think that's where we go like get HTML follow. Yeah. I think this is what we do here. Although this is wrong, obviously. Obviously, this needs to just be a B. We're using a different markup language here. So that's why this has to be updated from the original. What's wrong here? Cannot find the channel fall in the scope. Oh, okay. I think this is what it's like this, right? To make this a executable thing like that. Yeah. Okay. There's no follow. What? You've got to be lying. Ooh, what is this? Oh, wait. This is not a Twitch event. This is wrong, right? We have a channel follow, right? A follow event. We have this thing. Yeah. Okay. Bad AI. And so we do have a username. Up. Beautiful. All right, perfect. So now we should be able to, instead of doing this, we should be able to do this. And I think since it's code, it has to be this, right? Like that. Beautiful. So now we should be able to do this with all of these. You know, before we delete them, let's see if the AI, now that we've done it once, I feel like the AI is usually a little bit better at being like, oh, that's the pattern we're going to follow. Now we can follow the pattern. So let's see if we can do get HTML channel subscribe. Subscribe. Okay, we'll just accept it. Let's see. We got thank you, a P, thank you for subscribing. Sub username. Beautiful. So this actually did it right this time. This is actually one of my tips for using an AI is a lot of the times, as we have seen, they'll do really, really poorly. But if you can give it a pattern to follow, which it makes sense, it's statistical analysis, it loves following the pattern. And it's going to, yep. And this time it put the braces on the out or the close-in one. So like, yeah, this is the way to AI. Get HTML cheer. Let's see. Do we have a cheer? I do believe we actually have a cheer. We just haven't actually added it to the above. HTML raid. It's going to be able to follow all of these. GIF sub, and it's following that because it's following the GIF sub. So, boom. Nice. Okay. And now we should be able to just done. That was raid. Done. Come on. There's the one last one. Channel resub. Oh. Channel resub. Nice. Okay. We could import all these, but yeah, I guess we'll just do that. Uh-oh. Oh, we didn't actually put the message here. Come on, AI. Can you do it? It's the same type as whatever that payload is. Actually, this is just a display message. Done. This is pub. Those are all private. Wait. Yes, it's used. It's used right here. I guess it's saying it's never used because this function's never used. We're going to use this function in just a bit. In just a second. So this is the message. Another thing that we can do here is this is so wrong today. The AI has been particularly bad today. This feels gross. I should do this a different way. I should do this a different way. Because I'm going to repeat these just because I need to get the name out of it. If I make these return two things, then it won't. All right. How's this going to work? So if we're looking at this, we need name, message, event. So we could do, okay. So we don't need this. But we do need, okay, this will work. Cheer. Okay, we'll accept this, but this is wrong. All we need here is... So maybe there's a better way to solve this, actually. And we could do this with like a... And really all we need is this. But maybe what we should do, name is like, the name is like super, we never put this in the actual message, in display message, but maybe the solution is we should be populating this with the name of the person. Yeah? That's gonna actually change a lot of stuff. But it means we won't have to keep parsing. We're parsing this Twitch event every single time just to get the username out of whatever it was, the raid, because that's... But that's actually going to bias a whole lot because each of these are unique. I think that's why I decided not to do it. Like with this one, for a raid, I need the broadcaster plus the viewers. Shoot. This is gross code. This is gross. I just dislike it. Wholeheartedly. The thing is, at this point, I'm going to have a name for everyone that goes up there. And that means I make one of these for every single one. I don't know. I mean, since we have really good autofill, it's fine, but this is gross. We need to do it a different way. Eventually. This way is just here, so we're going to do this. Now, name is just the name in an H2. Right. So basically, then this becomes this, and then in all of these we have something like how is the AI has only actually gotten things that it's able to been copying me from. It's amazing. It's amazing. This will just be the message. In all of these. Oh, yeah. Now we're cooking. I'm not even sure this is HTMX's fault. It's a little bit HTMX's fault, for sure. A little bit. A wee bit of HTMX's fault. A wee bit of my fault. Okay, so this will be a good start. Let's see how this is looking. Oh, actually, we're not actually even calling this get display HTML. That's what we need to do next. Here. There we go. Now. Okay, obviously there's some things. We got to get these things lined up. This is the message. This is the AI generated thing. This is the sum user. Okay, so the other thing that I noticed is that we are still displaying this. We need a wrapper div. We need to do it not on notifications because notifications is always there, even when it's not displaying. So back to wrapper div. What we need here is this. Div. Yep. And then we can do our CSS for our alert on wrapper. Okay, naming is hard, and I suck at it. So that's why we have wrapper. Why? Because it's a div that wraps. And if I had a second wrapper, we would have wrapper underscore 2. That's why it's a terrible name. Okay. Then the other thing that we have to do is just get these things lining up. Thank you, some user, for following. So some user is up here. We don't need this down here. So let's fix that. We don't need this. We don't need the user down here. The user's at the top. So do we just put... Oh. Do we just do this? Wait. Is that how you spell followed? What is the word for followed? I want to... The past tense, followed. Is that... It looks really weird. I don't know if I like that. I don't like that. I don't love that. We'll leave it for now. I don't love that. But is that all we have to do now? Right? Because this would just be subscribed. Rated. Gift. I don't know if this is the right thing to do here. Also, okay, Dane, this is in your honor. We added this resubscribe because you and Russell, there may be others, and I'm sorry if I'm missing you, but you and Russell are the two people I know resubscribe. And when you resubscribe, you get to actually send a message. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let the people, when they resubscribe, send a message to continue their journey. So like I'm going to use the message that you put. I'm not going to put that message straight here. I'm going to use it to generate the journey. So like the next message that you get, or when you like get to type a message with your resub, I'm going to take that and whatever you put in there, I'm going to use that to, so I don't know exactly how we're going to do that, but that's going to be this week. We're going to figure that out this week. We're going to take that message that you give, because like you get to put in some sort of message. Yeah, this is your message. This is coming from you. And so we're going to leverage that in our ML somehow. We're going to have to make some rules around it. I mean, not that you have to follow the rules. They just, it might just generate nonsense though. So there might be some parsing we can do. I'm not sure. But we're going to do something fun for that, for anybody that resubs. Okay, I think that's honestly what we want to do there. I think. Okay, yeah, now without the wrapper. Oh, we have to force. Yeah, we'll have to hard refresh. Okay, so I screwed something up. All right, let's see. This wrapper is not getting our styling. I did the hard refresh. Right? I think I did. Let's, empty cache and hard refresh. Yeah, it's definitely not working. I thought that was a pretty innocent change. Okay, so we changed the class name to wrapper because it's not on notifications anymore. And so it's div.wrapper. It's the class wrapper, not ID of wrapper. Oh, that was my bad. My bad. Div.wrapper. I just love those mistakes that I make. Beautiful. All right. Oh, good stretch, good stretch. Okay, so now we just have some good old CSSing to do. You guys know that's my favorite. That's my favorite. Do we absolute position these things? I feel like absolute position is the way we're gonna have to go with this. I feel like what I probably should have done was like taken these apart and rebuilt it in HTML. Instead of just a picture, make like this plate a div and make this doorway a div and make like, and that's maybe the right way to do this. I feel like that's what I should do. I feel like that's not what I'm going to do. So really what we need here is a width of 50%. Right? Oh, wait, what did I change? I said 50%. 50%, right? That is going to pretty much keep the text in the doorway. So this P, let's do P dot message. Let's see, width. We'll do a height of 50% too. Yeah. I actually think it's probably more like 65%. We'll check it out. Those look reasonable. All right. Then we need to get some user H2 to the top. So we got some H2. So we'll do H2.message. We'll just tag all these with the same. This is not true though. Let's look at that really quickly. So it has some margins being applied. I actually think if we remove those margins, it might be right in line. Might be right in line. That's close. That's close. We might have to absolute position it, but I'm trying not to if I don't have to. All right. So let's remove its margin. Where's margin? Let's remove this. Margin 0. Okay, so 0 is too little. So let's do 5px. This is really dumb. I know. I understand. 9 is the perfect pixel placement. As long as your username isn't long. As long as it's not long. Okay. Margin of 9. Beautiful. This is super terrible. Super terrible. This is some of the worst code I've written on stream in a long time. And that's actually saying quite a bit. I write some pretty bad code. But this is, you know what? We probably should make it a little bit smaller. Let's see. What do these do? That's too small. That's too large. Just regular. Can we just do regular? Okay, now we've screwed up our margins. This is fantastic. One of you is gonna like make an extra long username just to screw with this. I 100% understand this. We might need a new graphic. Update the top to be a little bit more forgiving of large usernames. That might be an update request on this graphic. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, so 15 in medium. 15 PX. Wait. Font size. Medium. Beautiful. All right, then we have our thing, this thing, which is our hello. This is the whole message, the AI generated message. And we need to work on its height. Its height needs to be what? 85%. You know what? I need to do it here. Our height needs to be. Oh. Can we just delete the height on that one? No. I didn't mean to from both. I meant for this one. Let's do height of can we do what is it? Fit content. Let's do fit content. No, fit content. Oh, look at that. Almost perfect. 91% is what I'm hearing. 91% is what I'm hearing. 92%. 93%. Oh, this might be padding that we're running into. Margin is 0. Padding. Oh, this is too much. Oh, beautiful. This is not great. I will admit. That this is not great, but I really want to get this new one running and working and in production because it has all that extra stuff. Like, we're missing messages right now. Like, if somebody resubscribes, we don't have it. And I get that this is a little not how it should be. All right. And then we're going to do, let's see, this is going to be p dot event. And what are we sitting here? We're sitting with padding of 1 view. All right. And that's the same for this up here. Let's just yank that, drop that here, and here. And now we need to add message, event, and to our things here. All right. And then I think that we're cooking. I think we're close to looking not horrible. All right. And this was event. Oh boy. One downside to this. We've got to put this everywhere. So this here is class equals message. Let's do this. Let's actually copy in that space. We copied 2 spaces. We don't need 2 spaces. Let's do that. Mm-hmm. There we go. There we go. Now we can do similar up here. The first P gets message. Let's see. Oh, what's up? What is everybody doing this weekend? Anybody doing anything fun this weekend? Did not turn out correctly. Oh, all that hard work gone, wasted. We're almost right. Right? Because what we need here is height is need to be fit content. All right. We missed one. We missed one. One. Wait. Which one was that? That is on the event. Event. What was it? Fit content. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's a little low. Twelve. I don't know how I was off. Like, this is like one of the most scientist-y things yet. I don't know how I was off. All right. It's now perfect. It's now absolutely perfect. Oh boy. Oh boy. What I didn't realize was that I was zoomed. And because I absolutely did all these things, it's for two. Oh my goodness. You know what? I can fix this. I can fix this. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. 600. Oh boy. This is not good. This is terrible. This is terrible. Who made this? I gotta think of a better way to do this. I gotta think of a better way to do this. Oh wait, we don't want to be 200% now. We want to be 100%. Oh gosh. Now the text is too small. All that work. Okay. I'm going to have to think about a better way to do this because I have a picture and I want to put these things in the right spot on the picture, but this feels pretty dumb what I'm doing. Also, this is maybe a little too large. Yeah? I might have to resize it a little bit. No, maybe it's the right size. It's about the same size as my my face, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I will redo this now. Messages fine size, good. The event is actually a fine size too. Is now just this. Okay. Instead of just doing this, let's stop that. Oh, I stopped it at the wrong time. Oh well. Extra large. Eat them apples. Oh, hard refresh. That's too big. Too big. I told you just 2XL would have been good. That does actually look better. 2XL. That's for some longer. Okay, so then we also need to update our margins because of all of this. 19, no. 22, no. 25, that was 24, but 24 is perfect. All right, 24 is perfect. 24 on this and 2XL. Beautiful. Let's ship it. Hard refresh. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for your help. We have our new Twitch alerts. I will want to also get some animated flames going, but that is definitely another day. And I know this is a little brittle. We'll see how well it does. I'm hoping that there's no super long names. I feel like this is way too big or too small for the names. I'm just looking through chat. Nobody has small short names. Research dev. Dane, you've got the shortest. You and Russell will be fine. Everybody else is in for some hurt. Everybody else is in for some hurt. All right. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's go find somebody to raid. I've got to be done for today. Wait. Was that a Twitch alert? Oh, somebody did follow. Sorry, my Twitch alerts. We're working on them, and so the sound's playing. Wait. Somebody followed, but I think they're playing in the background. Let me stop this. I think... I can't tell if there's Twitch alerts going on or not. Whew. Okay, you know what we should do is we should do a different sound for the local testing. We should actually configure that. That would be good. So when we're testing, we use a different sound. All right. Who should we raid? Are we feeling like more Rust? Or are we looking for, let's see. So Mr. Ray is doing his 3D space game in Rust. And then there's RWX Rob that's doing something. He says beginner boost. I don't know what that is. He does a lot of Go. What are you guys feeling? Or there's Sergeant Pepper. Should we raid Sergeant Pepper? Sergeant Pepper's here quite a bit. What would you guys like to see? All right. I'm getting nothing. So we're going to go ahead and raid Mr. Ray. Just because I just made the decision. All right. Thank you, everyone that joined me today. Go learn something new with Mr. Ray. And thanks for joining me. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Remember, I'm going to stream Monday, which I don't usually. And we're going to try to do some awesome stuff. So hopefully see you guys on Monday doing some awesome stuff. See you later.